Hello, hello. Recap for what I intend on doing on this stream. I would like to experiment a little bit with turrets, especially the big turrets, such as the ones that Commando Doggo has been using, and see if I can incorporate them one way or another into my own designs. This seems like a very interesting challenge to take on. So I'm going to be trying to implement my own version of those threats. We'll see how it goes. And I think I'll be using the excess as a basis. I'll be truncating the entire front of the ship off, which should give me a lot of voxel volume, and I'll probably proceed that way. I've got no idea yet as to how this is going to turn out. I'd be very agreeably surprised if I was successful first try. We'll see. The advantage of this ship is that it already has the needed power for 30 railguns. I need to chop all of this off. All of that. That included. Yep. Long story short, no, I'm not going to have the needed voxel volume. But I should have more than needed in order to do some tests. Actually, let me change the tone. first I need the... first make it work and then make it pretty is what I'm going to be going for. I recall... Hello, Messiah. How are you doing? I recall Doggo said 5 turntables stacked was the limit. Hello. I'd forgotten how loud that thing really is. Turrets. I'm experimenting with the Doggo turrets to be very precise. I'd like to see how it fares. So I'll be doing simple concepts and then I'll be cranking it up. I don't have the same approach as Commando Doggo on the meta. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah. I'm just a little bit afraid of like robotic arm lengths. Oh wait, he used small turntables. I'm just going to check previous week's stream replay. Because I do recall seeing what's the needle? Yeah. Small turntables and a robotic arm attached. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's 5 of them, and he even sandwiched them in order to get it to be as compressed as possible. So wrong approach. Start again. Robotic arm or robotic arm joint? Nope, wasn't a bug, Messiah. I was rewatching the. Well, first of all, thank you for notifying me. But it's because I was watching the replay of last week's. So this is whoops. Oh. Computer just. Give me a second. What did I do? And there you go. So this is last week's Cuckoo Crush. This is last week's stream, and what I'm interested in seeing is what did Commander Doggo do for his turrets. So it is just the small one he somehow removed. No, it blocked. No worries, but yeah, I much prefer getting notified of those issues before they become an issue rather than after. Did he use? Okay, he used those ones. They are. Oh, they are. Period. But I wanted a fun challenge to do, so that's what I'm going to be going down. Small turntable. Doggos somehow found a few interesting ways of getting them to work reasonably well after a lot of trial and error. And what I'd like to do is to see what are the good ideas, what are the bad ideas, what can I do and what can I not do. I need a closer look. It's missing a part, is it not? Nope. It hops straight on. I'm noticing now that he doesn't seem to have used any hard points, which does surprise me. Nope, no hard points. Interesting. So a fun thing is that Commander Duggar found out that under the issues with the turrets are consistent. They're very hard to figure out, but it is consistent, which means that once you figure out what works and what doesn't, it will either not work consistently or work reliably. But as of now, there's no good way of knowing in advance who is what. I'm quite curious to see if that transmits data to the turret. I don't think it does. F3, no, it doesn't. Duggo did some extra stuff, which I do not seem to be aware of. That's another ship. Nope, I don't think, not in that stream. So in this one only do I see it a bit. There, whoops, that's there's a second happy, or should I say last week's happy. Hello, come. Duggo isn't in the chat, so I'm just figuring out. Yeah, by the way, this is something I'd like to implement. Like, this is the turret layout that I want. Because I've observed the way that Doggo has tried. 1 weekend, if you prefer. Or should we say like a green sweatshirt happy versus yellow sweatshirt happy? um, mm, mm, mm. The one that shoots. So for now, it's the previous one, but as soon as I get the turret to work, it's going to be this one. Yeah, I'm not fond of that way of doing networking, but I think I know why he did. Oh, there you go, Commando. With great pleasure. I don't think I'm on my Discord. I'm going to correct that right now. There you go. I just went on to my Discord. I am very curious to see where it can lead to. And no doubt I'm going to be spending quite a few streams on it. Join me whenever you want, whenever you are available on my Discord. No worries, take your time, thank you. That is not specific damage. I'll need more information if I want to know if I can or cannot help. In the meantime, I need to decide if I want to use this ship or not. And I'm not certain that using it is a good idea. Because this ship already has a lot of voxel volume. I can remove some power with oh, hello, Doggo.
Hey, happy.
Hello. How are you doing?
Good. As soon as I saw you needed help, I rushed out the mic.
Thank you. My turn to feel the pain of dealing with those pesky turrets of yours. And I'm super curious to see if I'm going to be up to the challenge or not. Although, to be honest, I'm fairly certain that no, not immediately.
Well, first of all, you need hard points under the turntables.
I was rewatching the stream and I was quite curious because I couldn't see them. But I was trying to determine if it was because they'd gotten blown off or if it was because they were simply missing.
Yeah, the hard points got blown off from that. I'll send you one or two free blueprints there, just to look at.
With great pleasure.
Should I send it on your private messages?
As you wish. You can. Normally they should be open, so you should be able to send them no problem. Oh, that's no.
I don't think this linked right. No, this isn't a file.
I had no. It did work. I had access to it.
Okay, good.
I didn't even know you could proceed that way.
That's just one free one. I'll give you another one in a minute.
I just need the one that is the representative of like a turret system that works. Because after that, I'll very simply start removing bits and pieces until I get something that is to my liking.
Fair enough.
That's an interesting blueprint. What am I looking at?
Oh, I was messing around here.
Well, that is exactly what I need, and it also addresses all of the pain points.
Go to the starting point and then enter the test mode and just test out. So that's the basic turret structure right there. You can borrow that. You can remove all the rest of that stuff, and you can test it. You just press the buttons and it does stuff.
I like it. You press buttons, shit happens. Gosh, that's fast.
So each button does a different axis.
Wait a minute. Is that what you used for your robot?
Yeah, pretty much. He just has loads of joints, but that was using old robot arms, the really big ones. That was a long time ago. This is the stand that I use for my Max Voxel turret on the tortoise.
I have never felt this unsafe sitting next to a ship. What? Okay, I'm actually fairly curious what happens.
I actually made another version where it's like 5 times as long. So that was just messing around.
I feel like it's going to karate chop. This is hilarious.
Generally, though, you don't want your turrets to be long like that because they get weaker the taller and longer they are.
Yeah, so what I'd like to go for is the turret system that I showed you. I have honestly no clue of how doable what I showed you was. And looking at my own chips, I was wondering if it wouldn't be smarter for me to do 2 medium-sized turrets side by side rather than one big one. But then I'd have to deal with the convergence.
Yeah, so it's actually safer to have 2 turrets or more. Judging from my last Max Voxel ship, as you saw there, when you try to rest everything on one turret, it can just bug out and not work.
Yeah.
And something I've been kind of discovering more recently is that no matter how sturdy you make the turret, no matter how durable it is, no matter how much armor it is, no matter how much inertia resistance it has, most of the time it will have a weird issue where if it gets hit by way too many shots, it will just stutter and slow down. And some turrets are worse than others at this. I think it's better if it's closer to the center of the mass of your ship to stop that.
Yeah.
Or just have multiple turrets to be safe.
I'd like the pilot to sit on top of the 2 turrets. I'm just going to answer. Hello, Vika. I'm going to be to not have the robot arm 180 bug. It's also that's a problem I don't think I'm going to be encountering, but there's an issue where I need his help to avoid. It's the turrets that start to shake like crazy and then end up completely not interested in working at all. That's what I want to avoid. And damage of this parachute system. Settings should be mounted. Damage, I don't know if it's going to... Oh, thank you, Doggo. Damage, I don't know if it's going to fit your needs or not, but I do have... Let me actually change the settings in there. Overview, slow mode, messages, get review, recent activity, after 3 days, after 1 week, save changes. Nope, okay. This one, the Needle. It's a ship I designed during the previous stream. It has no armor, but it is small, cheap, two laser cannons, and it should be very easy to modify. It already goes 150, and it is, well, the main asset of that ship is its stealth, only maneuver thrusters, and it's dirt cheap. Like, really, really cheap. Give that one a try. If you want something that has like a minimum of armor, you can go for the Echo Fighter. But I do insist on the minimum part. Like, it's not much at all. But it was just designed for fun and giggles with friends. Nothing serious. But if you want to start looking at the ships, you've got those two. They're free blueprints, and you can download them as you please. I'm just going to go back up there, back to the threads. Hello, Praxis. Yeah, it's not a very efficient fighter. It's just a fun fighter. Sure. Damage, you should be able to add... I'd love it to be F35, but it is not an F35. If you... you can add a bit of armor plates. The ship has enough thrust. It overthrusts a little bit. Now, so for the delay, Doggo, let's get back to shenanigans. So my important question is, what do you do in order to avoid durability errors along the turret?
So it's a lot to explain. Do you mean durability errors on the base of the turret or the arm that's holding everything, or?
So, the turret itself has, as far as I can see, beams that are all the way at the end. Oh, no, they don't.
There's no beam, so everything attached to that's moving has to be all plates. Because plates are just better, they have more durability, whereas beams on a moving part, they don't count as a ship, so welding them doesn't really matter, they don't have any durability. And so you want to branch out like a tree, so your first plate should be something highly durable, very big, very heavy. Then everything on top of that branches out, gets smaller and smaller like a tree branches.
Okay, I have a question.
Yep.
What happens if, for shenanigan purposes, you made the turret into a ship? With one internal maneuver thruster that never fires?
Well, that's kind of what you're looking at now. I mean, you have a huge plate structure just on a very tiny beam structure, which is a ship.
Okay, now that I have the blueprint, I'm going to start tinkering with it. Let me show you what I have in mind. So I'm just going to remove... Yeah, you go back where you are. So, this is me being a computer programmer from start to end. And computer programmers, the good computer programmers, have a combination of smart and lazy. They're smart, they know how to work hard, they just would much rather avoid working hard if working smart allows them to...
Oh yeah, you can't do thrusters on moving parts, but That's not what you were saying, was it?
They're not going to fire. That's not the purpose. I want it to be recognized as an independent. I actually genuinely do not know if what I'm describing is possible. You know what? Let me test it. I'm just going to take a beam.
I think Peregrine did something like that a long time ago.
Peregrine
and
sadly hasn't played Starbase in a while, so I don't think I can get help from him.
Like, I don't think it works very well trying to put thrusters on any moving parts. They just don't work at all or count as a ship.
It's the count as a ship part. I'm not interested in the working part. So I'm going to bot them, and I do anticipate them being very unhappy. That is fully to be expected. Okay, but now this is like not a ship. But if I go there, just take it.
Yeah. If you do that, you'll have to delete the first one because you can't have two ships attached together. It will just pick one.
Does it? For I know it will for durability. That I'm in full agreement with. But what I mean... okay, I'm starting to understand the issues. So even if it's recognized as one design, I'm...
That's not recognized as part of the ship frame. So it can't use thrusters, it can't weld beams. You can try welding beams, it will stick them together, but it will just have red durability.
Okay, wait a second. So damage says no thrusters on moving parts, period. Vega Starbase will complain about the ship not having a continuous frame. And none of the thrusters will do anything. Okay, so I am in fact hopping right onto practice. I'm not designing a meta fighter. I'm designing a let's have fun on the PTU fighter. It is not going to go on the live at all. So what's the tilt wing? That one only worked because a turntable was mounted on the primary frame, because turntables don't like being on a sub-object. I'm wondering, are there ways to cheat that way? What I'm wondering is if I can use weld blocks to get the frames to think they are part of one bigger object, whereas they are not.
I honestly haven't played around much in this area. I know Vega probably has more experience with this.
Okay, I'm starting to see all of the ramifications of like the intricacies and whatnot, how to get everything to work. So your huge turrets have no beams at all, not a single one.
No, not a single beam.
Yikes.
It's all held together by large plates at the base, but I use plates like you would beams. So basically, you can have pillars inside the turret. You have a very heavy, high durability plate as the base of the turret, and you, like I said, you branch up like a tree. And if you add too much to it, then the plates at the bottom of the turret will become red durability because it will be too much weight sitting on top of them.
The moment you said that, what I heard was they're being held by hopes and dreams.
But basically, all the weight gets transferred to the first plates that are connected to the arm, and then all the weight of that gets transferred to the bottom of the arm to the turntable that's held by the beams.
Okay, so Vega's also warning me that there's quite a few more things to be aware of. I really haven't experimented much with moving parts at all. As a matter of fact, I did the exact opposite. I did my absolute very best to avoid them like the plague. And to be fair, I think I did a very good job at doing exactly that. But yet, here I am now doing the exact opposite. Okay, Okay, so that really explains why you did this that way. That I do understand, but what
This whole
about...
construction is a joke. It's just for messing around.
Okay, so...
Apart from the base. So yeah, this area here, that's the start of the turret. You can add whatever you want onto the pitching arm, and that's where the joke starts, and I just made a huge giant platform. But that's where you would have your arm with your cannons on the left.
It would make a lot of sense to use what Viga showed me to shoot in the designer this part here off.
Yeah, I did that. I can share with you a blueprint of them chopped off if you want.
But it does introduce more errors if I'm...
Well, it actually it works fine. It just makes your ship sound like it's always broken.
Okay, no, I'll avoid that.
And then in addition to that, it's a bit harder to see what's going on with the durability because it shows up as red if you connect anything to it. So it's a bit more hardcore. You have to kind of know what you're doing.
Okay, I'll avoid that then.
And also, I imagine this whole broken parts thing will probably get removed in the far future.
In the meantime, I'll have fun with it present day. Okay, they're not connected.
I can send you...
Well, I only need this. This literally does everything I need of it.
Yeah, pretty much. Then you just modify it, do what you want with it.
So, since I'm going full PT Warrior style, I don't need to use Bastion. As a matter of fact, there are much higher durability materials that I can use.
Yeah, of course. With my tournament fighters, I always use Thallium and Targium.
Yeah. So,
and then the base of the turret should always be like Targium as well, because that means you can put so much stuff on top of it.
Looking at what Viga is saying, did you use these in order to glue them together?
Yeah, I just use those to bolt them together, like a socket bolting.
And then invisible bolting, what I like to do...
Well, it is normally invisible, you just have to delete it, and I forgot to delete those sockets. So if you use the socket tool and you just right click over them, it will delete them. And keep the bolts.
Sockets do not transfer durability. Okay. I'm discovering everything one piece at a time. Okay, so I'm just going to copy... let me save this as save as 100 thing.
I mean, I don't use this base for every turret. There's lots of different bases. This one's just for the max voxel, if you're building something huge.
It is.
If you're building a smaller turret, you might want a different base.
I don't know yet. How do you get it to be smaller than this? Do you reduce the count of turntables?
Yeah, so you can pretty much you want to have a minimum of 3, but 3 turntables is actually less inertia resistant and will probably it can still handle quite a lot of inertia, but it's not quite as good as 4 or 5. And 5, it's almost a minuscule difference from 4. I just put 5 just to be like a bit of extra reassurance. But the difference is minuscule. So really you want to have 4. 4's kind of where it really gets diminishing. So 4 or 5.
I think I'll go with this. So I'm going to remove all of that. Because what I'm interested in... Oh, you need to stay... No, actually, I'll probably remove all of that too, because I'm just going to create a module that I'm then going to be using left and right. So you have 1, 2 YOLOs, and these guys are named CR1.
All the YOLO and buttons, that's all pointless. That's just for moving the platform and just messing around. You can get rid of those.
Yeah, but one thing I'm going to be doing quite differently from you is that I'm going to be using YOLO in order to get the turret turning and moving. So it's going to be adding a 0.2 second delay on the input, but it allows me to do much more complicated inputs as to what direction I want it to move and to. But it does mean that these opposite turntables need to be managed independently if I want them to work together rather than fighting against one another.
Yeah, that's going to add quite a bit to the YOLO.
Not so much. It means you get 2 YOLOs per axis, so a total of 4, and that is it. Is it literally it, Vega? Because if I ask it, so up, down, if I give it a value of, say, 30, I say up, down.
These are flipped. So if you look at the 2 opposite direction turntables, they're flipped. There's no YOLO moving them at all.
So if you give up, down a value of 30, it does get...
Yeah, they both move the same way. There's no YOLO whatsoever moving the turrets.
This is going to be fun. It's going to be... It's going to... I can already tell that this is going to be a massive pain to implement, but I can also tell that this is going to be the kind of like fun pain that the ship designer really got us used to doing.
Yeah, it's good fun once you try anything new, really, that's experimental and just weird.
Okay, so I'm trying to think of the weapons, the spacings. This chamber can be reduced in size, I think. Can it? A little bit.
Yeah, so that's pretty much almost as big as it needs to be to have the clearance to turn, because obviously it's turning.
Yeah.
Those plates.
But having it there, no, that's too much. Having it, no.
A bit too close.
Yes, can you stop being a pain and do what I want you to do? Having it go here is possible.
Yeah, it is. You could also fit an interior plate protection with the way it was before.
But what's interesting here, the reason why I'm doing that is because I can then start trimming the corners and having it more in a circle. And that's important because if the guns are, say, as close as possible to those beams, I really need the I really need to do a bit of trimming in order to make that doable. Okay. Open. No, I don't want to. Open on. No, it's going to be turret XS. If I plan carefully, I should be able to have at least 16 railguns on the ship in 2 different turrets. So the idea is to chop this off. No, not like that.
Oh, you're modifying this one.
Yeah, but the reason it's for the prototype, I don't know if I'm going to be keeping that one for the end design. The reason why I'm starting with this one is that it already has a massive power plant and a very accommodating design when it comes to turret design. But I don't know if it's going to cut it to the final design.
Just be worried that rail cannons aren't very powerful, really, for frontal assaults.
There's going to be lasers too.
Oh, good, good.
As a matter of fact, I'm wondering if lasers wouldn't be a considerably smarter idea. In which case, I can save on voxel volume quite impressively. So if I go to my Starbase tools, I really need a dark mode. The flashbang when you change screens is unpleasant. Reset all values. I have 3 big generators. What about 30 lasers? Oh, wow.
Yeah, like my next big ship, I was thinking of doing 30 lasers. I think that would be a lot more effective.
Yep, but I'm seeing that my ship is completely overpowered for what is required of it. It does not need 3 big generators at all. As a matter of fact, I could go down to just 1, just 2.
I mean, you could just make it rail cannons and just call it the noob beater.
The what?
The noob beater. Since they're pretty much the only people that will kill.
Fair. I'm thinking of what like the ramifications on the designs are, because that means I can just remove all of these interior generators. It removes a lot of go boom weaknesses on the ship. Allows me to shuffle the propellant and put it more at the front of the ship. And I should be able to save an impressive amount on the voxel volume.
Definitely would.
Now, I already did a modular design, so I can in fact remove the module, change it as I need, like by removing the interior, and then having it apply on the rest.
That's something I actually wanted to try in my tortoise, just remove 3/4 of the generators and change it to full lasers, and use all that extra space for thrusters.
Well, one of the key differences between your tortoise and my ship is that I want to align the center of masses of the thrust with the center of thrust.
See. I mean, it's quite close on the tortoise compared to the tanks that I do.
Is the tortoise the big one with like the huge turret on top?
No, it's the one of the 2 big arms, the one that actually works.
Yeah, that one is fun, but like the center of gravity is really high. Hello, Death Zone. I'm thinking of like how to deal with the design particularities. I'll deal with that later. I just need to keep the turret under, I think 250 million seems to be the higher I can go when it comes to the budget. Right.
Just keep in mind, the bigger the turret is, the harder it is to build. So if you want to get all your rail cannons on 2 turrets, that's going to be quite difficult if you've never done it before.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking of doing a little bit of trimming, and I can already see that it's going to be quite the challenge. Yeah, okay. So what I'm going to do is I need to see the durability, so I'm going to connect it to the rest of the ship. Stop being a pain. No. It's like nail trimming, but Starbase version. Well, beams, come on.
You trim your nails?
Yeah.
I eat mine.
I used to sharpen them, but I busted a few shoes, so I stopped doing that.
Yeah, I should probably take better care of mine. I always just chew them off.
I've got quite a few friends that are into chomping their toenails off.
Yeah, I don't go that far.
You do know you can get off Amazon some toenails to be chewed in order to avoid chewing your own? I'm dead serious. This is like
Something
some people sat around a table and decided that was a very good product
chewing each
idea.
other's toenails? Huh?
So you get a bag of toenails and you chew them.
What on earth?
We're talking about the internet. Is it really that surprising?
I have never heard of that.
I don't think this will work. I need you to go, 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 and you to go. Poof. Bye-bye. I need you to go there. Up here, I need a lever. So, nope. Middle. Bolt.
There's so much stuff I want to say, but I'm just going to let you do it quietly because I'll overload you.
I can take in a bit more information. Right now, what I'm about to do, like as I said, I'm going to shrink the size of like the body of the turret in order to be able to get my guns to be as close as possible to the sides.
Yep. And you need to be able to fit multiple layers of armor around that as well.
Now, here's where our designs differ. Is that I don't want to do that. I have no intention of armoring the top or the back of my turrets at all. Because the back and the top and the bottom of my turrets are going to be taken care of by the ship.
Yeah, I see.
So less moving parts. I'm also, because I've seen your design, I'm also going to be attempting to give very generous gaps. It has a name, I do not know the name, I'm calling it an anti-decapitation collar. So it's like the steel ring that surrounds sensitive pieces, but yet gives them a lot of space.
Okay.
I'll give you an example. So if you go to the Happy Ship shop, I've got a ship that has... It's not for movable parts, but the idea is there. It's the... Yeah. Come on. No, I do not. I don't know if there's a picture that's going to be able to show it. No. Yeah, it is barely visible. But behind the plasma cannons, around the cockpit, you've got armor, extra layers of armor that stick out, and yet give a lot of place to the armor that is behind it.
Yeah. That's going to go around the turret or something?
Yeah, but the idea is you wouldn't be able to fit in through the gap as an endo, but still you have at least a few centimeters of gap. It's just that the collar that is around the turret prevents any direct shot from going right into the sensitive exposed areas. But it's one of those I need to test it out before making sure it works ideas. There's going to be quite a few of those. So in order to figure that out, I'm going to be doing test benches one after another, just like this, in order to see, does it work? Like this doesn't work.
Do you have the right name?
I copy-pasted it. I think the turrets are disconnected from the battery. I copied left, right. I didn't bother. I think I removed... Yeah, there you go. I removed the yellow that was doing the connection. Simple fix.
So far, so good.
No, I don't think he was happy. I think I saw him...
That's normal. It moves the whole ship when you rotate it slowly. Yeah. See your ship moving?
Weird. But I wanted to see if my gap is sufficient. It's not super easy to test. Okay, that is what I wanted to see.
Yeah,
that
that's
means
good enough, I think.
yeah, so it means I can afford to get everything closer. Okay, perfect. So you go away, you go away, you come here, you go there. No, not a good idea. Okay, let's start again. Beam, straight beam, 36 centimeters.
I'll give you more info on the pitch arm once you get there.
Okay. I think I can get you and you to go 12 centimeters in, you and you to disappear. Center of mass and thrust to go away. I can then afford, I think, to get you and just you to go 12 centimeters in. Not sure that's going to work. Oh, as a matter of fact, let me not weld the thing, because if it's not welded, it's going to knock it off. Well, will you look at that?
Obviously, the whole thing's moving a bit, but looks alright.
That little movement is very interesting. I wonder if there's any like use you can do of it.
There's a lot of weird stuff you can do. Like just recently, I made a warp drive, and basically, I just press a button, and then the ship would warp 20 kilometers.
Okay, so that's not called a warp drive. That has a name, and it's called a Clang machine. And Clang machines, just to warn you, are notoriously known to be completely illegal in most games.
Yeah. I wasn't planning on using it, but I was just messing around in the test mode.
Okay, just giving you a heads up, because those often mean quite a lot of trouble.
And the funny thing was, if you stayed on, you left the warp drive on, you stayed on the ship, basically, it would just go infinitely fast for like 1 kilometer per second, non-stop.
Yep. That is literally how the first explorations in Starbase were done.
People using bugs?
Yep. Clang machines to get amazing distances incredibly far. We are like the boring ones trying to do it the legit way.
Yeah. I think it was, what's his name? Conquistor? I don't know his name. He mentioned a flying carpet, Clang carpet.
Yeah, by the way, the game, if I remember, but I can stand corrected, does have an automated ban feature when you go over a certain speed.
Yeah, I was warned of that, yeah.
They do. And they do have it. It does exist, and it is implemented.
They don't have that in Space Engineers, do they? Because
No.
I sometimes see videos of that.
No, they don't, because the main difference between Space Engineers and Starbase is that Space Engineers ultimately is a solo game, but you do have to deal with other kinds of issues, one of which is that keen software are major pains to deal with. I do not like that company at all.
Yeah, I haven't been able to get myself to try it just because I don't like modular building after playing Starbase. I'm like, I want to rotate and move everything by 1 pixel and 1 degree.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, that is like one of the limits of that is like one of the major limits, but there's another one, and that is that everything, the game comes in a very unappetizing way. And what I specifically mean by that is that the game is incomplete by default. In order to get it to be interesting, you need to start adding mods.
Yeah. It's got servers and mods and stuff.
Space Engineers is just not it fun. Yeah, completely agree. I did while streaming, I burnt out on Space Engineers. That was like my previous streams before going to Starbase, because the community on Space Engineers are not pleasant to deal with. I had to deal with a lot of adult children that are all somehow, for whatever reason, keyboard warriors. My design is the best. My design is the best. My design is the best. Okay, let's fight. No, I can't. What do you mean you can't? So frustrating. And then it would be, I want this mode. I want that mode. I want this mode. I want that mode.
Yeah, well, you never know if the population picks up on Starbase. We might get that here as well.
Oh, we will. But the difference is that this is an MMO. And MMOs don't have mods.
Yeah, that's true.
It's as simple as that. You don't have mods on an MMO. And honestly, I like it that way. And I like it that way because it means that there's no headaches to deal with people that don't agree about what needs to be used. I've seen some YouTubers have a lot of fun on Space Engineers, but usually what they have is a very tight-knit community.
Yeah.
And they honestly seem like a lot of fun people to be around. But this just is not most of the experiences I've had.
Yeah, I prefer that too, when the game is just complete by itself and you don't have to do all these side steps of mods and servers and all the rest of it.
I agree.
I don't think that's welding properly, that one. You might have to do some blocks.
Like, what the hell? Why you not welded? He's sibling welded. Why not you? There you go.
Sometimes when those edges don't line up properly, they just don't weld sometimes.
Yeah, but that's like some sub-pixel shenanigans. You need to go. I don't need you anymore. Do I have electricity coming in? No, I removed it. But still, I'm going to remove you. Beams, cables. I'm going to remove that mess that I made. Cables. And
because of the nature of how complicated it is and you're having to figure out the clearances and all that stuff, building a good turret will actually take just as long, if not longer, than a ship.
Not surprised. Well, what I'm interested in for this stream is a proof of concept. So I'm very purposely going to be looking for how to get it to not work and then how to get it to work. Problem with modding. Don't add them. Yes. Yeah, I completely agree, Skip. That's pretty much my my mindset on the subject too.
Well, you've successfully shortened that.
Yeah, now it is considerably more compact, or considerably, like not like tenfold or anything, but the interesting part, the one that really tickles my fancy, is that I can now put guns right next to the turret, and it is going to be not too much of an issue.
Yeah, so I'm not quite sure the design you were talking about earlier, but generally your guns are going to be hanging quite low, and if those beams get shot once, the whole turret is gone. That's why you need to have armor around those beams.
I completely agree. No, wait, armor as beams? No, this is where I'm going to try to be. This is where I'm going to start to pull my tricks. As I said, as much as I can, I absolutely adamantly want to avoid my my turrets to be heavy. So this here, whoops, this is still part of the ship.
Oh yeah,
Um,
that can be as heavy as you want it.
Exactly, which means that I can afford to put a very heavy armor there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But the more armor you put in, the wider it gets, and then you have less room for the arm to traverse around it, so it can't be as tight.
Yep, for sure. That I completely agree. World of Tanks says I did dozens of model base games. Super cool. Yeah, World of Tanks have got their own issues, but that clearly is not one of them, which is nice. Next. And you are up, down.
Like if you're only going to have 2 of these turrets and you're expecting to get hit a lot and you're flying a max Voxel, I'd probably put at least 5 layers of on-enemy around that.
Oh, I will. I will. The key point, which I haven't yet fully grasped how to do, is where exactly is all of that armor going to be? Yeah, quick question. Would it be a good idea to have this also on the other side for extra support?
Yeah, so I mean, it's a bit late now, but I could give you double arm blueprints because you can have double arms. It just needs to be attached a bit differently and done differently. So yeah, I'll explain a little bit of the pitch arm now since you're kind of getting there. But if you zoom in and have a look at the where the pitch arm connects to the robot arm, you'll see that there's a glue block. Yeah, there's a glue block right there somewhere, and it's gluing the turntable directly to the bottom of the metal rod on the rotation arm. So go down a bit, down a bit, down a bit. Yeah, there. You see that big glue block? That one. You're looking
So
right at it.
he is the one doing the heavy lifting.
Yeah, he's doing all the heavy lifting, and the weights gets. And you
I
can do it
shall
2 ways.
baptize him, hopes and prayers.
Like you can do it 2 ways. That holds like 6 kilograms. But you can do it. You can do it 2 ways. You can either attach the rotation arm to plates and then make the plates hold all the turntables, or you can completely skip that step and just make the rotation arm directly hold the pitching turntable, which is what I've done here. So I've just skipped that step. And the reason I did that is because the weight of the pitching arm will now get directly transferred to the rotation instead of going onto plates and other things. And it just means less bolts, less plates.
I just thought, but thinking of what you just said, I can afford to just use this plate. I don't need it to be at the end, since everything is connected.
You can still do like a double arm if you want. You can put another arm coming out the other side. I'm just trying to remember now. I usually do double arms differently to this though, so I'd have to show you a different blueprint. Usually when I do a double arm, that point where you have the glue block that's gluing the turntable, instead of gluing it directly to the turntable, I just move the pitching arm off it completely, and then I have another layer of big plates that hold the turntables, and those big plates are glued to the rotation arm. That's if I'm doing a double arm turret. If I'm doing a single arm turret, I glue it directly to the turntable. If I'm not doing a single arm turret and I'm doing a double arm turret, I have plates between the turntables and the glue. But that's a bit more difficult doing the double arm because you can't have as much weight. It's really complicated.
Why can't you have as much weight?
So basically, if you do a double arm, you have to... You know, you could save this and then look at my other blueprint because then
Sure.
I can show you a bit more easy. So
Vega,
I gave you...
Vega, yeah, and I completely agree. That's what I'm trying to do. Like, the arm decouples the mass.
So basically, the reason you can't have as much weight on a double arm is because for a double arm, you need to have plates holding the turntables instead of being directly attached to the rotation. And if you have plates holding the turntables, then the pitching of the turret can only be as heavy as those plates can handle. But yeah, it's super
Okay.
hard to explain.
No. Okay, question. Question. I am wondering if I can't.
You can also do a combination of both. You can have one half of the arm held by plates and then the other held directly to the glue block. That's what I did on my latest thing. That didn't work properly. But yeah, again, I'd have to show you rather than talk about it because it's just really hard to explain.
No worries. As you're chatting, like I've got like mental images. I'm trying to do my maths and whatnot. And what I'm also trying to do is a visual representation of what I want to do and the challenges that are going to get associated with it. What I can do is, in fact, only have one such arm. Because I'm going to want to put as much weight as possible of the turret on the main arm and as much armor as I can, even more than that, on the ship itself. So if I can really do it in the absolute best possible way, I only have turrets attached to this one.
Yeah,
and that would be it.
The easiest way to have the maximum weight is to just have one arm like that. With the turntable glued directly to the base. That's if you want the absolute heaviest weight.
Yeah.
But it is possible from my other turrets to get quite heavy with a double arm. It's just way more challenging. It's way harder, and you can have a lot of durability fiddling around with.
Well, one thing that I was thinking about is to have a quadruple turret, but that looks like a double turret. And what I mean by that is that you'd have the left part of the turret and the right part of the turret that are completely independent from one another. They just move together.
Yeah, I kind of did that on one of my first tool joint arm turrets. I had it come out one arm, and then I had that one arm wrapped around the other side, so it gave the illusion that it had two arms, but it was just one. I mean, that's one thing you can do. I could also show you a blueprint with a double arm, but it's not a free blueprint, so you have to promise you don't take it out and start shooting people.
No, I don't, and I take like a blueprint and intellectual property really seriously. There's at least one of my corporation member that has gotten into big trouble with me. Because as he joined our corporation, he was like, "Hey, let me share you blueprints of the previous corporation." I was like, "No, you do that. You do that, you're going to be getting into trouble, and a lot of it."
So I sent you the blueprint of a double arm. It's the latest one I sent you.
Okay, let me save mine. Thank you very much. If you want to share anything on this Discord, I've got a chat that's called like Community Free Blueprint. That's where you can put it.
Oh, cool! I might do that for the free stuff.
Then no worries.
Community free blueprint.
It's so the Discord is still absolutely bloated. Even with all of my efforts trying to tone it down.
I found it. Shops community free. Yes. Is it? There's nothing there though.
No, it's empty right now because it was created after like a wave of creations.
Okay.
And I still need to do quite a few more modules.
So I can just copy a free blueprint in there?
Yep. The only condition is that I obviously want it to be like your own stuff, but I do trust you for that.
Oh yeah, there's always my own stuff. I don't have permission to post in this channel.
Okay, that may explain why no one has used it.
There you go.
Edit channel, permissions, everyone. Yep, I forgot to add. Do you have the Starbase role?
I have no idea.
You can go and take it into the roles channel that's right on top of my Discord. It's automated. Send messages and post. There you go. If you go up, all on the top, the third chat is called roles.
Oh yeah,
and that's where you get like the automated role assignment system.
Oh, bots. I don't know how to use these bots.
You very simply click on the Starbase reaction. So you've got a few messages. And
Yep.
one of them is for Starbase, and you very simply click on the emote. And simple as that. The bot does the rest.
Ah, very nice. Did you code that yourself?
No, that's me6, but I do intend on phasing him out slowly but surely, because there's a lot of drama surrounding him, and I don't like it. And now
Okay, I
you
think I need
do
that.
have, now you have the role. Let me just check on your, yep, you do Starbase player. And now you can just add it directly into the community free blueprints.
Okay.
Simple as that.
The one I sent you is not free, but I will put another free one in the community.
Yep. I do not upload other people's stuff unless I really have the express permission to do so. The thing is, the thing is that in Starbase there is no DRMs, no copyright protections or whatnot. So that means that ultimately your reputation when it comes to a ship designer is absolutely everything, and there's no ways I want to compromise that. Oh, I remember this little critter.
Yeah, that's not the double arm one, but this is much older, but it's still one of the safest ones. So it's not the best fighter because it's a lot older, but it's got one of the safest working turrets, that is. And that might actually be good for you to look at because it's simpler and it's safer and easier to examine. So inside the turret of this one, I have a plate between the rotation arm and the pitch, but you'll have to have the plates turned on to see that. That's the pitch arm there.
Wait, this here is no. Okay, no, that's that is your. Okay, I get it.
You see, you have a rotation, and then the rotation links to a plate, and then that plate holds the pitching turntables. Whereas on the one that I gave you, it's just connected directly to the turntable.
Why did you connect it directly in the one that you gave me?
Because connecting it directly to the turntable is actually better because it skips the whole step of the plate holding it. Because if you have a plate in between it, then the plate gets all the weight of the pitch arm. Whereas if you connect it directly to the turntable, it skips that whole step and all the pitching weight gets transferred to the beams at the bottom where the rotation is. It might be easier if you look at the double arm one because that's more upright and easier to see. This is kind of a slanted design.
No worries. I'm thinking. I just need to go to the loo. Be right back. Thinking with the full bladders impossible. Be right back.
Just going to try and put this one on the Discord.
And I am back. Cool. Oh yeah, just to answer Viga. Yeah, Viga, but the problem is not the metadata. So let's say like Doggo is a competitor. He's not, but let's say he was a competitor to me in like the race to the turrets. It doesn't matter if there's like metadata. I'd open up the file. I'd see exactly how he did it. And it's not like in the field with like a weld or a gun or a recycle gun trying to analyze everything. I have access to the YOLO, I have access to the components. I pull everything else that's of interest to me and then I integrate it into my own design. At that point, there's no protection against that. Sure, I mean, at some point I did have the file loaded onto my computer, but Frozen Byte just does not have the manpower needed to deal with those issues. Yeah.
Okay, I just posted that on your Discord community thing anyway.
Thank you. Free blueprint.
So this is quite an old one now. This can't beat Meta Fighters, but it's still pretty good though. If you're fighting someone a lot lower in weight, that is.
Is it not though? No, it's a very slightly different version than the one I'm looking at.
Or did I paste a different one?
You paste the one you asked me not to share.
No, I didn't.
A Banshee Auto.
No. All versions of the Banshee are free. That's a different one I'm talking about.
No, the one you shared in Free Mouse Aim Fighter.
That's the Banshee, yeah?
Yes?
Yeah, no, I gave every type of Banshee is free.
Okay, just making really sure.
You can check the one that isn't free, because that's got the double arm that you wanted to examine.
So, is it the one I'm looking at right now? Did you send it?
Nope.
Okay, so something else entirely.
Let me check there. The latest one I sent.
That's what I'm looking at.
Ah, yeah, I forgot to press enter. Okay, it's the latest one now.
It happens.
And this one uses the damaged part bug as well. So you can even copy that thing.
That's not a bug I'm aware of.
I think, I think, is it M-Wire someone? I think discovered it, the whole damaged parts thing, when they had the hologram stuff on their dashboards. Yeah, M-Wire, there you go. He discovered how to damage parts in the SSC, and he had like a hologram because he damaged the text boxes.
Okay, I thought I damaged power module.
And I used that same bug to damage the tool joints to chop off the metal rods. So if you look at the
center of gravity is super high.
So if you look at the turret on the top, you'll see that the tips of the arms are chopped off. There's no rods. I used the damaged bug to get rid of those. And you can copy those if you need to.
So what is unsatisfying with you on this one? You said that this turret can hold less weight, is that correct?
Yeah. So if you have the plates turned on so you can see the plate connections, actually save it first because you're probably going to have to take this apart a little bit.
I'll do that just later.
Okay, so yeah, so if you see these turntables here, was the pitch, they're attached directly to two thick, chunky thallium plates. You have to put the turntables on, the plates on, sorry. So yeah, you see where so these two chunky thallium plates, they hold both arms, and any weight that's on the pitching arm will get transferred to these two plates. But the problem is, there's a limit to how much you can put onto these two plates. My latest giant mega turret, I had 2 giant thick triangle plates per arm, so I had 4 in total, and that was as much as I could fit going around the turntables, and I reached the weight limit. Whereas if you skip that step and you don't have these giant thallium plates connecting the turntables, and you just connect the turntables directly to the pitch arm, then you don't have any of that durability nonsense to worry about, and it just gets transferred to the rotation instead. So that way you can have much more weight onto the turret. But this is only if we're talking like really, really big turrets, but because you're building a max voxel, I have to explain it.
So too much weight on the pitch, not enough on the rotation. Is that what I understood?
No, so with a double arm turret, you have to have plates to hold the pitch weight.
Yes.
And plates are limited. Even if you have the heaviest plates and you make them thallium, they can only hold so much weight.
And this turret is really on the upper limit.
Not this one, but I have another one that is. This one's only got half the limit or less.
But But what I'm still very confused, that's the part I'm not able to properly comprehend. Why is it that two robotic arms is battling to keep up with one robotic arm? Is it because you have less turntables underneath? Is it because you connected both of them together? That's the part.
Oh no, it's no better or worse. It's just for convenience. It's just so you can have two arms connecting from both sides of the turrets, and you have that way. You also have extra durability. So if one arm gets shot off and the other one still works, you've still got a functioning turret as well.
Okay, that's what I hadn't understood. Okay,
Yeah.
that makes a bit more sense.
And I thought you wanted to do a double arm as well for yours.
No, not necessarily. I was thinking about double arms, but the problem... Remember? Sorry, my cat has a habit of flinging himself off my bed in order to go down. No. Ah, give me a second. I've just got a phone call. Wait a second, just muting myself. Whoops, and back. So what I'm looking at is that it's, to me, it's, I'd say, less convenient because it doesn't allow me to have as much as a compact turret as I'm interested in.
Yeah, like it's more difficult. You have to worry about more durability problems on the plates holding the turntables. Whereas if you have it like here, yeah, it's a bit awkward. You might only get one arm, but you don't have to worry about the durability on the turntables.
Okay, is it the same bolting on the end of the robotic arm as it is to bolting onto these plates?
So none of these, only the top turntables get affected from what you put on the arm. So once you put something on the pitch arm, they'll get transferred to the top turntable of the pitch arm. But because we've negated that by connecting it directly to the rotation with that glue block, basically anything you add on a pitch will go to the one below the top turntable of the rotation.
So that means that if I wanted my weapons to not have the weight transferred to this little guy, I need a plate that separates these two. Is that correct?
Yes, that's exactly right. Regardless of what you do, though, the weight will still transfer to the bottom, actually. So you're still going to have to reinforce the bottom on the rotation anyway.
So what's the point of what you just told me? Because I presume like there is an importance.
It's easier, yes, because if you have plates in between the pitching arm and that glue block, then there's an extra step involved. You have to worry about the durability of those plates. And those plates can only hold so much. So we're just going to skip that step entirely by just having the block glued directly to the pitch. So all you have to worry about in terms of durability when you add weight is the top turntable of the rotation. That's it, nothing else. Just keep it simple.
Okay, other question. When it comes to, this is only num, so obviously not ideal. When it comes to managing durability, is having two separate plates like so interesting for the weight distribution, or is it preferable to have everything attached to one plate?
It's very weird, but you can pretty much have as much as you want to, as long as it's connected to the rod, and that will get transferred down to the same area, which is the top turntable of the rotation.
So this is why this one has been bolted with such a generosity.
Exactly, and you can make that even better with socket bolts if you need any more on that. But yeah, there is some weird jank that not even I fully understand, to do with weight distribution, and I don't even fully understand it myself. Where sometimes if the turret is got loads of weight on the top of the rod, it might affect the way its inertia resistance and stuff. And generally speaking, the lower down you have your weight on the rod, the more inertia resistance it has. So you will notice
that would be the center of gravity you're talking about.
Yeah, but it does improve the inertial resistance. So you notice how the pitch arm is attached awkwardly in the middle there, and
Yep.
it's not just flat on top. Like if I wanted this to be really easy, I'd just have that flat on top, on the very top of the rod, and it would look much simpler and easier to understand. And it would be more clearance for the pitch arm as well. But if you do
Yeah,
that,
but
you don't.
if you put it there, if that's what you're telling me, then the amount of space I have is going to be considerably less.
Yeah, but you also have less inertia resistance, because the higher it goes, the less inertia resistance you have. And damage resistance as well, which is another weird thing.
But I'm also getting less if I put on less armor on that.
What do you mean? You can still put loads of armor on it.
No, I don't on purpose. The so here's my plan. This is what I'm thinking of doing. So if I go, let's say I just go lasers because why not? The high durability lasers. Come on. Let's say I go down the laser route. My idea is to have just the weapons. They're probably going to be some way like this to accommodate for the rotation of the turret.
That's exactly right.
And the reason why I'm putting it in like this crescent shape is because the armor that's going to be around the turret is going to be held by this arm that doesn't pitch at all. So the armor is probably going to be crescent shaped too.
I think I understand what you mean, yeah.
So the idea, if I go really like full...
You want your arms to... You want your armor to be on the rotation that's going around the arms.
So ideally, the center of gravity of these guns is exactly on the pitch. And the idea is I take this little guy and I put him there, while also trying to put him as close as I can without it clipping on anything.
Yeah. Keep in mind you can't use any beams either.
Yeah, no, so I can in fact put him right there. And I'd have two of these guys. Now, this...
So that's where we get a bit weird. You might want a double arm turret if you want to do that.
Okay.
Unless... Because there's no arm to hold that other half that you just placed.
I don't need
on the
to.
right.
I'm just going to be extending plates from here.
Yeah, you could do that. You can wrap the plates all around. I mean, that's gonna be a bit complicated, but sure.
I want it as light as possible, so I'm going to have to bear with like additional complexity if I want to go through. And the idea is that most of the armor of this turret is going to be held by this plate. So I can, in fact, put reactive armor on this big, flat surface.
Yeah, I understand. You want...
Why would I, Vika, why would I want to turn the guns back to front? I don't understand. Why would I want them to point my ship? Makes no sense.
Anyway, just remember that whatever you do, no beams.
No, that I have fully understood. And then reverse the turret. I mean, I can, but what for? I don't understand. Oh, is it like for an easier access to the plates? Is that why you're telling me to do that?
Maybe it's because there's no mirror function, so if you want a turret on either side, they might be not mirrored.
Then the plate you want, the armor, is at the front. No, okay, I understand. No, those plates are not going to be for armor. Those are going to be for support. Those are the plates that are going to be holding all of those guns. I don't want them to be shot at. I'm actually thinking, but do I have space for 32 plates?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what you're going to do, but I'm just going to watch.
Shenanigans, mistakes, crying, questioning my life decisions. That's what I'm going to be doing in this stream.
I'm just going to be watching with scrutiny.
Well, you can look me do my weird stuff and regret my life decisions. Something I can do is
I mean, already I don't know how you're going to connect those lasers in that position.
I don't know either, but it's
But
fun. It's fun to find out.
okay, should I just tell you how I would do it?
With great pleasure.
So I'd move those lasers out a bit because I think they're too close.
Well, before doing that, let me see if I do in fact have as much space as I'm hoping to have, because I do have to deal with. I've got 144, 2, there's 3. So I have roughly like this is the amount of width that I can afford with my turrets.
Yes.
If I want 2 of them.
So, well, basically your lasers are way too close. Once you add any armor to the beams, those lasers are just going to be clipping against the beams. Because remember, those beams aren't going to be rotating.
Fair.
They're going to need some armor around those beams, I meant, sorry.
I agree. But if I go with what Giga said, which now makes a whole lot more sense.
I mean, unless you have armor wrapped around the entire rotation of the turret.
I will. Well, the gist of it, it is already trying to give as much armor as I can to my through the ship, then through the horizontal, and only on absolute last resort, having it go through the the vertical.
I'm not sure what Vega means with this.
Well, the idea now is that I've got way more space to put armor here. But the problem is that now the guns are sticking out front so much, it's going to shift the whole weight of the turret forwards.
So the easiest way to hold guns or any heavy weights is to have a large plate between your guns and the robot arm that's holding it. So your guns should just sit nice and neatly on top of a large plate, and then that plate.
That I can do. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me get rid of these guys, and then I'm going to have to create a design that's as compact as possible and that doesn't use any no beams. The laser barrel can clear the arm turntable assembly.
All of that changes once it's pitching up and down. It's really hard to tell how much clearance it has until you've got it moving.
First make it work, then make it pretty. I'm really going to be going for that, which means I'm going to be doing on purpose decisions that are going to be a little bit dumb, that I'm going to be regretting after for sure. But I just want something that works as a proof of concept, and then once I've got a better grasp as to what does and what doesn't work, then I can start iterating from that, because I've got absolutely no doubt, Dogo, that there's way more to say, but you just haven't yet put it into words.
Like you've jumped right into the deep end here.
No, yeah, for sure, but that's my favorite French expression. You can't make an omelette without breaking any eggs.
Fair enough. So you, instead of those beams now, you want to have some large plates that can hold it. Yeah, maybe one of those. And have two. So 2 in front of the other, and I'll explain why later.
He just sent me a picture. Oh, wait, he actually has a very good point. Is it the presence of the arm that matters?
What is that?
So his guess is that it's not the fact that the arm is on a turntable that matters, it's the arm itself. So he's replacing your back linking plates with the arm.
Vega, if that moves quickly with lots of heavy weight, let me know.
Well, to be fair, testing it is in fact quite simple.
Because I'm not sure if that's going to work without being on top of a turntable. But if it does, let me know.
Well, the question that this design is asking is, does the control, does it originate an alternative idea? He's got a point. Like here's the question. Where does that weight control magic originate from? Is it because you've got an arm attached to the turntable, in which case it really doesn't matter where it is?
I think that's the case, but I haven't actually tried this weird Vega stuff, so he should let me know.
Well, okay, I'm going to go forth with the Commander Doggo stuff, because I do know that works first. But Vega, I am most definitely intrigued. No, I did not want to do that.
Yeah, so I would put 2 plates. I'd make another one. Once you've got that. Yeah. So basically, why do you the reason to have 2 plates is you want the well, 2 will do. I don't know, 3. It's a bit weird. 2 will do, yeah. So to keep it brief, you want to bolt through 2 plates onto the guns, and that just makes it more sturdy. So let's imagine you got shots from the outside coming in. If they break the top plate, all of a sudden your guns would fly off and they would be broken. But because you've got 2 plates, you've got a reinforcement plate. It has to go through 2 plates.
The problem here is that plates, which do take a lot of volume, are now part of the structure, which is not ideal.
Yeah, but I usually always reinforce every connection with many plates, because in combat, if the top plate that's holding all the stuff gets blown off, everything will stay attached if it's still connected to plates that's behind that plate. So so basically, if you reinforce it and you have bolts going through multiple plates, then there's less chance of everything just flying off as soon as it gets rail cannoned or whatever.
So here's my center of mass, which I'm just going to add a decal to. No, flat shape, so I want to make a circle, and I'll put you there, perfect.
So everything on the left arm is going to be dependent on the weight of those 2 plates.
Yeah.
On the right arm side. So how much weight do you want to put on this arm?
On this one here, the horizontal one, as little as possible.
You want as little weights on this arm as possible?
Yeah.
Well, in that case, 2 plates will do.
Yeah, and I'll be putting as little as I can, and the idea is that since the top and the bottom armor of the turret are insured by the ship, I mostly need armor that is horizontal, like on the horizontal axis. So my aim here really is to make that turret as light as I can. I'm not sure I'm going to be succeeding. I'm just doing my magic as I'm going.
Yeah, you're almost guaranteed to fail the first several turrets.
Yeah, no, for sure. But if I go in trying to make my master perfect whatever the first try, I'm just going to end up very disappointed. Whereas here I'm just going and knowing full well it is going to be a failure. But I just want to start doing my proof of concepts one after another.
Yep.
I'm just putting a beam just for measurement's sake. I want an equal... Oh, cool. Ooh, this is nice. Let me... That's a good idea. Let me put it there. This way it's... Oh, isn't that pretty? I did not do that on purpose, but... Up, and you go just a little bit more. And this way, as much as I can, I ensure that the center of mass is as in the middle as I can afford it to be. Now,
So you want like a bracket of armor going around this or something, is it? Okay, stop right there. So undo all those bolts.
okay, why?
So it's for some reason it's just weird bugginess. It's safer to use a weld block to attach multiple plates at the same time to the rod than
Okay,
if you were to bolt it.
good to know.
Because for some reason, when you bolt separate plates to the rod, they fight against each other.
Just one? Or can I use
Yeah,
multiple?
One will do, but you can actually use multiple as well. But it's all a bit weird. I usually try to do one just to be safe. And try and get the one block to connect both of them. I think your one block is only connecting one of the two plates.
Yep, that's correct. So let me just hide the machinery. No, wait. Will it work if I do that? It should.
That's it.
Ooh! I wouldn't have been doing it better even trying.
I'm not sure if it'll work properly with the duct connect to it, but...
Why is this corrodium? Ah, corrodium.
So I experimented with different materials, and I don't even know exactly, but my best working turret had corrodium, so I thought, okay, I'll just stick with it.
Fair.
Because the way you build those little plates actually affects it as well, in a weird way.
Okay, this is where it's going to be shenanigans.
Okay, so here's where you've gone completely wrong. You can't glue anything to that. Everything has to be connected to the robot arms only.
Okay, that is something I wanted to check with you. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I was showing you the whole double arm thing, but I forgot. Probably I should have explained that. But basically, everything has to connect to the robot arm, and that's why I was showing you the double arm.
So I'm not allowed to touch these, correct?
Yeah, they have to be left alone.
Okay, fair. Then that's going to be reasonably simple. Yeah, because I was very confused as to where you were trying to get at. Oh, good. Let me just think it's going to be some 9624.
Like, you can always do a double arm build later. It's just going to be way more complicated.
First make it work, then make it pretty.
Exactly.
It is so tempting to immediately have like grandiose ideas. The problem is if you cannot ensure that it works initially, then you are just completely wasting your time.
So this is the other problem. That's not going to hold. You need a plate that's heavy, that's durable enough to hold that entire other arm.
I can put multiple plates. I don't need one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's going to work, but basically there's no way in chance in hell that's going to hold that.
Okay, but am I allowed to double everything? Something like this. Oh, stop being a pain.
But big plates have way more durability, I think, so if you really want to wrap around like that, you'd probably have to use big plates.
Okay, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to try this knowing full well that it is going to fail. But I just want to see how it is, why and how exactly is it being a pain.
It might still move in test mode, it'll just be all red.
Yeah, but the red isn't interesting. Okay, so I'm just going to slam in some small... Oh, this is a brilliant start. Oh, so this is why you had so many bolts all over the place internally on that.
Yeah, they use a ton of bolts because everything is holding something else together.
For signs, says Deathson. Where are you?
Like, this might work in test mode, but as soon as you tap it, it will fall apart.
Yeah, but not. That doesn't make it interesting at all. So I'm still going to be changing the material for something that has a very high. I'm going to avoid thallium though because my corporation kept moaning that when I use them.
Yeah, I usually use targium because I can't afford thallium either.
Oh, you mean the other way around, or?
Like I can afford targium, but I can't afford thallium.
Oh, okay. No, okay. Yeah. No, I see what you mean.
So
that is armor. Is that correct?
Yeah, the plates holding the guns, they don't have to be targium. They can be armor. They can be oninum or something, or zutium.
So what are you saying? 2 or more. Okay. So am I allowed?
Yeah, that's not going to work. So you can only attach to the metal rod. If you attach anything to the orange bits, it's just it'll go slow.
Okay, but he does say that he wants more welding blocks.
No, it should work with just one block. If it doesn't work, then it's something to do with another part of the turret.
So
like that's not going to turn now.
Because anything it's connected to this.
Yeah, anything connected to the orange is not going to turn.
Okay.
This all started when you wrapped around those thin plates.
Yeah, but what I'm saying...
that's not going to work. They're touching the orange.
But the whole thing is orange.
No, the orange part's the arm.
Oh, you aren't even allowed to touch that. Wow, okay.
No. Only the metal rod. Mustn't touch the orange.
I thought when you meant orange, you meant the orange square.
Yeah, that's a bit weird how you need multiple for that. It should work with just one. I think once you wrapped around those small plates, it's just messed up the durability.
It does say that it likes to have at least 2 or 4 connections. So I'm seeing if he is happy. The problem is if I get shot, the durability is just going to go up and down like crazy.
Yeah, all of this is only happening because of those thin plate connections. They're doing something weird with it.
Well,
like without this...
I'm starting to understand why your armor on your ships is so odd looking. It's because you had to deal with considerably more constraints.
The turrets or the ships?
Both.
That's just angling the armor, because with the mouse aim system you have to aim up. So there's no point in having forward armor, I have to have it angled. Up or down, that is, with the turrets.
I'll send a message to Laurie and ask him when bolt rates are coming.
I knew this was going to be a disaster.
Oh, I knew too, but I'm realizing just how much of a disaster it is.
You're jumping quite far into the deep end. A double arm is way harder. Like, if you just do a single arm, you'll probably get something done today.
Okay, there's a problem with the words. This is a simple arm. You're calling it double arm because it's got weapons on both ends, is that correct?
Yes, but also because you've tried to do some weird connection with tiny plates that are no way are going to hold those. Basically, that whole connection line of the 2 thin plates, there's no way that's going to hold the left arm, and that's what's causing everything to go red. It will work in test mode though. You can try moving it in test mode.
Yeah, but I mean, there's not much point if it works in test mode and you can't really use it in combat. Hmm.
But also, you kind of just want to test things every now and then in test mode anyway, because sometimes it will just be good. It's good because sometimes
Yo,
it will
this
just be
is
slow.
reactive. Fragile too, if it knocks
See,
something.
that was probably from all those loose connections and plates flying around. I mean, it's up to you. If you want to keep it easy, you can do one arm. If you want to do a double arm, it gets a lot more complicated. You'll have to have a second robot arm coming out the other side.
Yeah, but the problem is that they won't be aligned with one another. So, can both arms share the same turntables? Like, is
Yes.
adding a robot arm here a good idea?
Yeah, it will share the same turntables, but you might have to. But for the top turntable of the other arm, you'll have to add a big plate between the rotation arm and that turntable to connect it to.
Yeah, but what I mean is I can do it like that. That is. Oh.
Yeah, you
okay.
could.
I'm going to have to flip that 180 if I want it to work. Okay, because I really do not mind those two sets of weapons to be independent from one another. That is like not an issue for me at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably easier to have them the same.
No, what I mean is like they are both the supports are outwards, so that the robot arm has got more can go behind the weapons. This is what I mean. It means that this allows me to get the plates closer, so I have more place to fit in the second robot arm.
Oh yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
That's all I mean. So I can remove you because I'm going to be replacing you with.
So you could copy the right robot arm and paste it on the left.
Do that. Like that wouldn't be.
Yep, just connect it.
Looking at what you're doing, it does not need to be bolted generously at all.
No. I've experimented with loads of bolts, no bolts, loads of stuff, and it doesn't really matter too much. You just need to connect it with that plate you just deleted.
From the other side.
Yeah.
Just put him here, remove that, do this, start all over again. And it doesn't seem like it needs much bolting welding at all. It just needs to be connected and be one part.
Yep. So just put 2 weld blocks there, and that's that. So that's not the only thing you have to do. Behind that turntable, you're going to need a thick thallium plate.
What are you calling fake thallium?
Well, actually, I mean, you can try it. I've never actually tried it without it before.
Wait a second. This is a grey part too. Am I allowed to bolt onto that grey part? Actually, that seems to be...
Yeah, you can, yeah. You can use that, yeah. I meant thick thallium.
How do you go from fake to thick? I'm so confused.
I thought I said thick.
Like fake thallium, since when do we have those in the game? Oh, okay. Vega's on your side. Vega's on your side. He heard thick. You need.
Okay, so yeah, so I would before I go any further, I would save it before you mess something up.
Whoops, you were saying?
Undo that and then save it first, and then try that.
I can always Control Z, you know, like.
So yeah, save it first, because sometimes you can't undo stuff.
Yep, I know what you mean.
So you want it to be even with 2 arms?
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, you will have to do what what I showed you on that double arm turret, you'll have to have 2 thick Talion blocks holding the turntables.
Like that?
You don't have any yet. Yeah, you can get rid of that one, and then you'll have to have 2 thick Talion blocks instead. I usually use triangles.
Where do you want me to place them? Is it like to support the weapons, or is it to support something
It's to
else?
hold the turntables. So move.
Oh, you mean to hold the turn?
Yeah.
Wait.
So you can move the turntables to the center, like you were about to earlier.
Wait, I'm trying to see. Is it because this prior? Oh, that's what you were doing. But I don't need. I can just shift that little guy on the side and call
No,
it a day.
that little. It's hard to explain, but that little guy isn't going to be able to hold the top turntables. The only reason that the little guy was holding was because most of the weight was getting transferred to the top turntable of the one arm. But if you're going to move both arms to the center, you won't be able to connect the top arm directly by a glue block to the rotation. So you're going to need 2 thick Talion blocks.
Why not? I do have access.
It won't reach. Like, oh yeah, it does now, but now you've got a lopsided arm, so you're going to have one arm that's longer than the other.
Okay, wait a second. Let me do my mistake. So mistake first, correction right after. Let me just... I'll shift you on the side to deal with that later. Why isn't... where's my center? Center is right here on that dude.
So yeah, if you hold it, if you have it in the center, you can't reach the top turntables of either arm now. And the only way to skip that Talion block step is to be able to hold the top turntables with a glue block directly to the rotation.
I'm trying to understand what that skip is about. Like, what is the purpose? By the way, why is this one not bolted at all?
Yeah, because you removed the connection. Originally, that top turntable was connected to the rotation arm by a glue block.
Okay, so now it is linked. And why is these bolts, by the way, and not the welding blocks? Let's call them. Let's call a cat and a dog, because if we start using other names, my level of confusion is going to skyrocket. So,
generally speaking, everything you connect to the metal rod of the robot arm, you want them to be weld blocks. But plates don't matter. You can have the plates be.
Okay, so I can do large weld block and call this a day.
Yeah, but anyway, that's not going to hold anymore. The reason why is because the weight will now get transferred from the pitch arms to that tiny top plate, and that's going to be red of durability, and it's not going to hold the...
Okay, so this is where I need a much bigger, or is it here... Do you mean lazy cubes? No, Vigor, come on. So would doubling it be of any interest?
It's still not going to hold anywhere near as much weight. So the best plates to use for this, if you're going to do a double arm turret, is to go into the plates and then go... If you go into the folder there...
Plates?
Use a small, chunky, thick plate. I think it's triangle plates? Yeah, triangle plates.
So something with a lot of volume. So this is 125.
It could be a decorative chunky one, or it can be a triangle chunky one. It has to be one of those smaller, chunkier plates. Basically, the heavier it is, the more it can lift. You want something really heavy that's small, that's compact.
So this is 442.
I mean, you can use...
Okay, so this is one that I cannot afford to have any rotation on. If I use a long and slim... So this is still better than a triangle because it has more volume.
But that's far too small. The weight of it is so small, it will barely hold anything.
Then the triangles aren't going to cut it, because this one
triangles
is...
will.
Why? They don't have as much volume. This is like 165, and this big one is 125.
Go to the thicker ones. The 96
1,000. Okay, this is much better.
Yeah. This is probably actually more than you need for your turret, because you're probably not going to go as heavy as me. But you can try and...
First make it work, then make it pretty.
Well, actually, if it's just one triangle, that's actually... Yeah. I was thinking 2. 1 for each half.
I've got the song from the hippopotamus of Madagascar. What's his name? They call me Chunky or something like that.
I don't know if there's enough clearance for you to move your arm though. If you see the arm rotation, it's going to get stuck going up. Might want to
There, I'm
reposition.
just going from one problem to another.
If you just reposition the triangle, you'll be able to give it more clearance. Something like that.
The problem is now the turret is very high. Well, I don't think it will matter.
It's higher now. There is a way to
Well-
do it, but it's just going to be more and more explaining. This is going to be endless.
No worries. 144. Then oh yeah, okay, no, screw it. First, make it work.
Okay,
then
you
make
can
it-
you can move the if you want it to be lower, you can move the turntables further out from the rotation arm, and then you can fit the plates in between that space.
Please repeat that.
So the pitch arm, if you select the pitch module, the
This
double
guy.
arm pitch thing,
Yeah.
select the whole. Have you got it saved as a module? The whole thing, little green circle in the middle.
I used to. He is here. There you go. But he doesn't have that.
Not
for
that.
this.
Not that. No, I just want the rotation, the pitch. So not the rotation. So just try and isolate the rotation part.
Okay. This
The pitch part.
This controls pitch. I'm looking up. I'm looking
Yeah,
down.
sorry.
That is pitch. This
Yes,
one
yes,
here
pitch.
is your left, right. Okay, so you want me to
Yeah.
look at the pitch?
Sorry.
No
Deselect the yaw. I just want you to look at the pitch. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to stream on Discord because if we add to all of this audio the Twitch delay, we're never going to.
Yeah, I'm probably a few seconds behind or something.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, Vega, that's not theory 1 at all. That's like theory, I don't know how much. You're using beams. What Doggo was saying is like no beams at all, and you need to connect to the gray part. The magic, the stuff that is doing everything that that's doing the heavy load is the metallic gray part of the robotic arms specifically. Those are the ones that are capable of lifting up all of the load. So you're going to be having those durability errors no matter what, precisely because you have beams. So in order for this to work as... Oh no, wait, you're trying something else entirely different.
Sorry, I'm just trying to open your stream. It says it's paused or something.
Oh yeah, that's because I need to share my screen rather than my Discord. Okay. I'm going from one... stop streaming. No, not Starbase. Share your screen. Screen share. Screens. Screen 1. Live.
Okay, I think I see it.
Okay, so this
Picture.
would be representative of the ship on the right. But it does work. That's the important part.
It's really small. It's hard to see what's going on. But I see red beams. That's probably not right.
I'll just share the picture to you, Doggo. This way you do in fact have the same stuff. So his angled arm, which is this picture.
Yeah, this. I mean, you really have to test. Can it lift infinite weights, or is it just, or is it going to move slowly once you add weight onto it?
Well, no, it actually. My counter argument to that is no, because it. Hello, Vika.
Hey, Vega.
It's because it respects everything that he's showing his stream. It's because it respects everything that you've been showing me. So the heavy lifting comes from the arm. Where he's been cheating a little bit is that the arm now has a dual purpose. It has double. It is being used as the plate.
Is it working?
Yeah, it's being used as the plate that is connecting everything. So it's considerably more compact. That's like the whole purpose of what he's been doing. So on the right, you've got the ship, which is
Yeah, I can see it. It was working. I was lifting the weight quickly. Yeah, yeah.
so that design is considerably more compact. So
Nice. I mean, it's a bit awkward of a diagonal arm, but
well, what's interesting is that on my own design,
it
what it would
works.
allow me to do is take these arms and put them closer to the center. Let's say here and here. So I'd be able to make it less compact. A turret that is that is smaller. A smaller turret will require less armor, and because it requires less armor, it requires less weight. It requires less volume.
Yeah, I mean, another way you can achieve that is, like I showed before, just cut off the top bits and use the cut-off ones.
Yeah,
like
but because they are not cut off, they reduce the risk of durability errors.
Yeah, I mean, Vega's thing, that's unexplored territory for me. I mean, you can try that if you want. But my only gripe with that is it's kind of angled a bit weirdly, the arm. Is that going to work? Does that turn correctly?
Yes, it's not a difference. So here, so what it answers, if you go and look at my own stream, what's really interesting is that he's exploiting everything. Oops, that's not what I wanted to show. He's using to his advantage everything that you were explaining. So the interesting part is the metallic part of the gray metallic part of the robotic arm. What Vega just showed is that the arm does not need to be connected on the top rotating table at all. As a matter of fact, you can put it on the bottom one if you want to. And instead of having these plates that connect all of the rotating tables together, the robotic arm is also taking that task. So that's what you're looking at.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
The fact that it's at an angle is just a bit of jank.
Yeah.
The geometry has to be that way for it to work, and that's also why it's not actually in the center line and the offset, so I can get the plates here between the two.
I mean, it's the most broken looking arm I've seen, but if that works...
Oh no, they're worse looking arms. You can punch the arm in the middle, and this top piece will stick to the bottom, just floating.
If it works, then yeah, I suppose you could make more compact turrets with that.
Yeah, like not a little bit, like considerably more compact. I don't think that in my case it's... actually, no, maybe it is useful.
Oh.
No, it is very useful in my case. Because it allows me to have a considerably more compact turret. As it is, my turret is way too wide.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things you can do if the turret's too wide. Like, you can, for one, you can converge the weapons by half a degree inwards by just rotating them half a degree out of their barrels inwards.
No, no, I don't want. I'll be doing it with the turrets themselves. The problem with the turrets that are too wide is that wide turrets want more armor, more weight, more voxel volume, and more jank,
weight. Yeah,
which is why you hear me at each and every single step of the way. I'm trying to put as much weight as I can on the ship itself, then on the horizontal axis, and only then on the vertical axis. It's because I'm trying to make the turret as less janky as I can.
Yeah, true. But like I said, you can cut that much shorter by cutting the metal rods bits off. It might not be as short as Vega's one, though. I'm not sure.
But it does introduce new challenges to deal with.
Only visual challenges. It doesn't actually affect the way it operates at all.
Okay, but looking at what Vega did, it actually introduces a new possibility. I'm going to take his idea and I'm going to be putting it in a weird direction. So if I take his concept, I'm just going to remove all of those. You know what? Let me plates. Remove. Bye-bye. Thank you for your service and goodbye.
That's interesting. So the robot arm barely has to touch the turntable and it gets that boost.
Yes, because that's what you were saying. They are doing they're doing the weight cancelling stuff. In a sense, I think you can compare it to the way the Ender backpack works. The way they transfer the weight to the ship. So okay, this is going to be junk plus plus. I'm going to flip you 180. I'm going to take you up.
It's all on you now.
Okay, no,
I have no idea.
Okay, this is going to be extra layers of junk. Okay, slight angle. A slight angle. I take you. I put you there. There. Then I take you and I put you there.
This is so weird.
There you go. Check out what I'm doing.
Okay, be careful with how you move the arms, but yes.
Oh, they're only going to be going like up and down. I'm not expecting them to do anything else.
Remember, they have to sit on the turn. They have to be on the right side of the turntable.
Yes.
Or do they?
Wait, I can just take you guys. Rotate them.
That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. I meant like they flip facing the opposite direction.
Oh, you mean like that? What, they're already pointing in both directions at once. How are you supposed to flip that?
Okay, it doesn't matter. I'd say just undo all that and just... Yeah, I'm not going to say anything. I don't think this is going to work, but unless you copy Vega's one directly, because it's so delicate, these things.
I'm still waiting on the autosave.
Vega, did you not enable the autosave every 1 minute?
No.
You should. It's in the game settings.
And just as I do it, the autosave starts.
Okay, well, you're having fun here. I'm just going to the toilet.
Just start that again. I did levels of junk which the game said no. Rotate you. I need to both there. You're going to go that way, you're going to go that way.
Okay, I sent it to both of you.
Much appreciated. Let the jankiness win. Oh, this is compact. So now I do have a double turret. You never know until you try. Deathson, I completely agree with you on that one. Hello again, Doggo.
What is going on here?
I'm making a knot using robotic arms. Brand new concept. It's not yet patented.
It's not yet patented.
Yeah.
It's This can't be considered a turret anymore. It's just jank.
Were turrets not jank to begin with?
Well, at least they were upright. Leave Vega to discover all the weirdness.
That son is saying that all the
Just
jank
geometry.
is branking you. Okay, wait. I'm going to use a Vega's base. Let me save this again. Thank you, Vega's. Thank you, Vega. Download.
Not fully tested yet, and the connection to the beams doesn't actually have durability though.
Let me figure that out. Do you want to join us for a session of pure jankiness, Duggar?
Join? How do I do that?
You just use share your screen and let it be jank. Let there be jank. Sorry, that's what I meant.
How do I? Why should I share my screen?
Discord.
I'm not actually in the game though.
Time to join us. Only if you want to.
Or like I go into the SSC or?
Yeah, I mean, just experiment. We're trying to figure out what works and doesn't work. We're going on to unknown, uncharted territory. So,
right.
So it's just a matter of trying to push in different directions until we find something that does or does not want to work as intended. Literally as simple as that.
I see. I'll load up Starbase and then I'll share my screen. Just 2 seconds.
Take your time. Oh, that is most definitely work. Whoa!
It's a fly swatter.
Oh, that is one hell of a fly sweater. Oh, I know why it did that. It
Guillotine.
doesn't. He forgot to put a centering speed on his lever. Centering speed of 8. Needs some more robot arms. I was thinking the exact same thing, Squashed.
It had a centering speed on it, that it would go one way and then what? And I limited it at 90 degrees because if you go past 90, sometimes it thinks it should go the other way and then it gets weird.
Yep, I agree. Oh, yo, this is one hell of a fly sweater. Okay, there are things that he's not enjoying. I'm trying to figure out how, why. Which one's the one that works the best, Vega? The top one or the bottom one?
The one where the robot arm isn't completely red. And the one where the robot arm is actually connected to the turntable directly. So the bottom.
To remove the top one then. To remove that. And I'm going to be focusing on this one. This ship is a durability error. How surprising. Those turntables are fighting one another. I'm wondering if you got them to point in the wrong direction. One of them at least. Could you attach this to Arconius's hand?
It could be done.
That would be difficult. I mean, possible, but Arconius would be spending a lot of time on it due to the size constraints.
Yeah, Arcanus's joints in his hands are way smaller than a stacked turntable robot arm setup.
Yeah, like they're really delicate and thin.
They would have to be giant hands. Just going into the game.
There is some weird jank going on. a giant piranha. It would be the fastest bird flip in the entire game.
Hope it have the Starbase spaced just enough so it doesn't actually hit.
Yeah, Viga, there is some jank going on. You've got two pieces or more that are clipping one another, which is causing... Oh, gee, I'm getting car sick just looking at that. There is something going on with two parts clipping. Or two turntables that are not agreeing with one another and are picking a fight. Okay, let me not save this. Fun to red thing. I'm going to take Doggo's system that I know works.
I'm just having a look at this now.
To call it jank is an understatement. Well, the problem with the gyroscope rotation squash is that it's janky rotation and it's absolutely not controllable. And also has the potential of getting you banned if ever found out. So it's not what I'd call very interesting. Oh,
Yeah, this is weird.
By the way, Doggo, a beam armor is really not good armor at all. Like, really not at all.
Yeah, I don't do beam armor. Don't know what you mean.
Oh, okay, I misunderstood what you were saying about all of the beams you're placing all around.
Yeah, no, I meant you put armor over the beams, so you have plates around it.
Okay, that makes way more sense.
And if you want to fit 5 layers of plates around that, you need a lot of clearance.
So yeah, so when it rotates on its own like that, that's called a clang engine. If you do it on purpose, it's not a problem. You just have to like not use it. If, however, you do use it, then it does become a clang engine, and that can get you banned from the game. Oh, right, I don't need this yellow at all.
Yeah, it's very easy to move a ship with just clang.
Yeah, it's just parts that... it's when the ship collides with itself. An example of it, like this is how video games really don't quite understand physics yet. They're getting there. Is that you could, in a video game, put your hands under your feet, push, and you'd somehow magically go upwards. That's because the game is detecting the collision. It's understanding that your feet are pushing onto something. But it's not quite grasping that that arm of yours is in fact attached to the feet in one manner or another.
Yeah.
Yeah, self-levitation. Yeah, that's a good way of calling it.
The engine just doesn't like that the two things are inside each other.
What a surprise. Okay, now, for this episode of Junk, let me copy this. Send that over there. So I'm going to try 2 versions. I'm going to try the Vega version, and then I'm going to try my own jank. Off you go. What would we not do for science?
Okay. I put it on on a big ship because a lot of that spinning nonsense is because there's no weight holding it down. So if you actually put that spinning jank machine or Vegas onto an actual heavy ship, it stays put.
Okay, so this scenario does require some very heavy stuff to stop it
But-
from going all over the place.
For some reason, it's turning quite slowly. I think it's because there's plates connected to the orange. So I'm just gonna have another look.
Super heavy. We need a community challenge for who can make the best mech or iron giant or cage. It is unbelievably difficult to do. I'm only aware of the hand doggos and the one NTPS did, of which I do not have the name, which are unbelievably awesome looking. But like mech stuff is not something I'd be that interested into getting to. No, but I mean, it's like, hey, thank you for participating, by the way. I think you all know that you already won the competition kind of stuff.
Yeah, NPTC's mech is really good aesthetically.
Yeah, it's really... It's really good looking.
Also fun, my headlight isn't working again.
The thing is, it's quite... It's amazing looking, but the problem for the competition is that they already know what they're going up against, and it's a little bit disheartening. Also, another problem is that you can't really use your design outside of that one competition. Like,
Exactly.
you do the mech show off, and then that is it. There is nothing more to do with your ship. You can't use it for mining, you can't use it for combat.
I had an idea for a combat mech before, but I discovered some more janky bugs to do with moving parts that kind of made it not very viable.
No kidding, a combat mech would be cool, but good luck with it.
Like, the main issue is for combat mech to work, it would have to have short limbs. Like, it would be like a stocky mech. And the reason that is because limbs upon limbs. So let's say you've got an arm, and then you've got a forearm, and then you've got a hand. You know, when you've got more and more limbs being added on, moving parts on top of moving parts get less and less inertia resistance and damage resistance. Whereas if you just had a shoulder, you just moved this big shoulder and that was it. You could have a combat mech.
Stocky mech. That would be quite entertaining to see.
But yeah, I mean, for the most part, it's mostly aesthetics and it wouldn't really have that much purpose. But you could still beat a small ship if it was like a really good mech.
Yeah, but I mean, man, the difficulty level in getting a mech is high. I mean, you most certainly do know about how difficult it is, since you did one yourself.
Yeah, like you said, it's a lot for nothing because you probably only use it in one show or something. And it takes a long time. And my mech looked terrible. Like, it wasn't like
Oh, come on.
NP.
It was
Yes.
a lot of fun to look at. What
Like,
yours was really fun as to how fast it was moving and how uncomfortable it made you be around it.
Yeah, like I gave up trying to compete with NTPS on his look on the aesthetics department. So I thought, let's just make something as big and fast and scary as possible.
You sure did win that one. I remember seeing a video of you playing with Rukia's ball. It was so fun.
Yeah, that was fun. I think I'm gonna look at this Vega turret another time. It's just so weird.
Ramming session. Ah, I didn't see that one. Okay, I am going to test my design. If it works, I've got a very compact thing. Because that thing is heavy. So just one copium piece of glue to hold everything together. And a lever.
I think I found the clearance issue.
Well, I'm done with my own jank test. I'm about to start my own jank test.
Let's have a look.
No, it does not work. Okay, so
Ah, it's slow. Is that a direct copy of the Vega one?
no. I
Oh, you
tried
made it different.
to make my own. But
Yeah, that's
I mean,
definitely not working.
calling it heavy is an understatement. Like, this is Oninam. You're looking at
Yeah.
33 kilotons.
If it was working, it would lift it.
Oh, for that, like really no questions asked. I
Yeah,
welded into the orange bit. Yeah, but that's the part that's onto the turntables. Is that not what I want?
The orange parts of the tool joint, normally when you stick anything to it, it slows everything down.
Okay, thank you for telling me that, son. So, okay, that's probably my mistake. It really is. It is sensitive.
But honestly, Vega's tool joint here seems to have its own rules. Because because I unglued the orange bit and all of a sudden it was going slow again. It was really weird.
It's like the game is aware that we're doing stuff it doesn't really want us to do.
At which point did you unweld it? I'll block it.
The top one, I think. Yeah, top one.
The very top,
Yeah, very top.
where the plate connects over the socket.
Yeah, that one. And a different one. Oh yes, the middle one was connected to the orange. I instead connected that to the tool joint metal bit in the middle.
Wait, isn't that exactly the place you don't want it to be mounted?
Oh no, that works as well. Pretty much the entire metal rod, even the pokey bit in the middle of it. That's what makes it fast if you connect it to that. And usually,
so it's not the next update, Skash, but we are expecting stuff in but that's probably going to be announcements. Let me see. If I recall correctly, did anyone say about anything about April? Lori FB. April. (2021) 2021. No, but he did say 2024 for sure. Opening all kinds of random presents, and then we'll early 2024. Early. Does March still count as early?
Yeah.
Yeah, pushing it.
First, third.
Most certainly not. So yeah, we are expecting something before April when it comes to. It's very.
Apparently, there's so much jank involved here that my headlight is not working.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow. Okay, that is. What the heck? Oh, okay. I'm being num.
But that's an issue Mind is having for a while now. So, I don't know.
like I'm trying to connect it differently.
Oh man, this is like solving a puzzle, and you have no guarantee or whatsoever that the puzzle does, in fact, or not have a solution.
You can always just use the working arms.
They do work, but they're too big, and I'm being very stubborn. And I know I'm being stubborn, but I can't help it. My light stops working even on... No, I've never encountered that issue before. I wasn't even aware that that issue existed. Okay, so I'm not allowed to touch the robotic arm.
Orange bits. I mean, on a normal one, you can't touch the orange bits. That slows it down.
But I can touch the grey base.
Yeah, any part of the metal rod.
So if you look on my screen, I can touch that part there. That's in grey.
No, not that. Oh, actually,
That's
yeah.
not
maybe.
orange.
Yeah, maybe you can. Maybe you can. I was thinking just the metal rod.
Okay, I'll put in 2 bolts.
And
Something did not go as planned. The collisions were so intense, the game refused to compute them. You could theoretically have a giant fly swatter that just whacks ships.
yeah, because the funny thing
Oh, it
about
works! You're right.
Let's see.
This is 33 kilotons that are being moved. Well, 15 kilotons on top, 15 kilotons on the basis.
It still looks a bit slow to me. Like, normally it's faster than that.
It's still way faster than what I'm expecting.
It's like semi-working. Like, it's not as fast as it should be. It's like half the speed, but it's still lifting it.
You are being a bit picky.
But like,
But I agree with you.
Yeah, like if you were to build a turret with that, it wouldn't work very well because it's still a bit too slow. And usually when it's a bit too slow, it's an indication that there's something wrong with the inertia and the resistance as well, and likely it'll stop when it gets shot.
Well, if I whack that, it's not going to work for sure. I mean, what do you want me to whack to see if it works or not?
No, I meant like it's like it's moving, but it's moving half the speed it normally should move. And usually when it moves half the speed that it normally should move, it means that it's also going to be weak to inertia and damage. So it'll probably get broken as soon as it'll probably start stuttering and getting stuck as soon as someone starts shooting at the armor on the turret. Like they don't even have to damage it.
That is the normal speed for whatever reason.
Oh look, you're still moving it.
What?
Yeah, it's I've done some messing around with that. You can have floating turrets.
Okay, so that's the speed you want to see.
Yeah, that's the speed you want to have. It is possible to make floating turrets as well if you damage the arm correctly.
I mean, but yeah, but that's like a level of junk I'm not interested in. It's like we
I think
are
we've already
we're
gone too far.
already enough into jank territory as it is to not like add layers upon layers upon layers of it. Okay, I'm wondering if I can't. Okay, attempt number 2. I'll take you. Because that counterweight works as I expect. Shall take you. Now that I think about it, does that robotic arm need to be bolted to that turntable?
Hmm.
Well, sort
Okay,
of.
we getting into jank territories like never seen before.
I'm kind of at the same stage you are, Happy. I've got it moving, but it's like half speed.
Okay, so I'm just going to change my reference design. I'm going to take you, copy you there, remove that, take this, go there, and I'm going to test you. Do you move fast? Yes, you move fast. Okay, perfect. Do you... Whoops. Okay, so this is like a maiden dogo arm, so it should still work. If I do that. Yeah, okay, that works. This is what I want to see. Where it's moving crazy fast.
Oh, oh, that's not the jank arm, though.
No, that is like your
Trusted one.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Now I'm going for the jank, and my new jank question is: does the arm specifically need to be bolted to a turntable, or can I go full jank and just slap it on the side like so?
You can have it bolted with a plate in between. However, the plates in between actually need to be strong enough to hold it.
Okay, that is not going to happen. It's not going to be strong enough at all. Problem is that this thing really does not stick out at all. So it's like going to be extra janky plus.
So is that going to be just the new name of the name of the ship when it's done? The Jank Plus Plus.
Sounds like an name I'd use.
Just a big experimental disaster.
Disaster is when you spend tens of hours upon it and it doesn't work, then it becomes a disaster. Okay, now this is like compact V1. Half speed.
If
No, that does work.
If
Let me
someone
see.
this wrong, I didn't set
Oh,
the
yeah.
speed any higher than the standard target velocity.
My endo is so confused as to what he
Is that
doing.
working? That looks a bit slow. It's struggling a small bit. It shouldn't be struggling at all.
This is way harder than I thought it was going to be. And I knew it was going to be hard going into it.
I mean, if you were doing a single arm turret with the simplest base, then you'd probably make some progress there.
Why are we using so many turntables, by the way? It's because they do stack up the speed, correct?
Yeah, I mean, you only really need 4. 4 kind of does adds the inertia resistance and the top speed. 5, I think, makes a very, very tiny difference. 3 isn't really enough to. It's enough to make it fast, but it's not enough to add inertia resistance. So I always do 4 or 5. If you want to be small, you can do 4.
So the very fundamental reason why we are using a robotic arm, and very specifically that a metallic part that is inside. Wait, the robotic arm also has a rotation.
Yeah, that's a separate value. That's to pull in. It has its own separate movements. It has nothing to do with the turntables, though, and I don't use them.
But why don't you use them?
Oh, I have used them before.
And
But they don't work with well, you can experiment. I mean, so far with what Vega's done, I wouldn't be surprised if he does something weird with those as well. But you can sink the rod in the rod in. That's one of the values, and you can also bend the robotic arm as well without the turntables. That's another one of its values.
but that I do know. It's like start to a length to so you can
Yeah.
get it to go up and down if you want to target velocity.
But the reason I didn't tell you that, and I wouldn't recommend it, is because weirdly enough, when you sink the rod in, it really lowers the inertia resistance of the turret. So I've done that with 2 different turrets. I sunk it in to make it really short, and when I took it into combat, or I just did spinning around, it was really, really weak. Even though it still moved quickly in test mode, it was just really weak once I got shot.
Because I'm talking about that rotation, this one here.
2 seconds. I'm looking.
Look on Discord.
Oh, that one. Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, I mean, problem with that one is that it doesn't have, you can't stack that with turntables, so it's likely not going to be able to lift anything heavy, and it will probably lose control. But you can try it. I mean, I haven't really experimented that far with that particular movement.
Well, that's easy.
But
I'm just going to look at this dude. Okay. With the humongous thing attached. Oh, you can't.
It doesn't even have power.
It does. Target tool length. Yeah, but that's like one of the values, and I cannot access the other groups. So I need to take this little guy.
Yeah, so Vega's thing is definitely a bit weird. I managed to attach it without touching any of the orange bits, but for some reason it's still half speed, and I'm not sure why.
You're sure that you attached it not on the robot arm side, right? The robot arm is the output side.
It's the copy-paste blueprint that you gave me. I just changed the turntable connections, that's it.
Oh, you changed that to plates or whatever in between.
The short answer seems to be no, it's not stackable. Oh, let me check if it really does.
I just modified the plates so that they're attached to the metal part of the robot arm instead of the orange bits. But it's still a bit slow.
That's weird.
Oh, it has no power. Oh wow, this would be complicated to do.
Robot arm working with no power.
You can give it one position and it will initially go there without power. Yeah, Doug, can you just send a screenshot to me to see how you so I can see how you attached it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I might stream it for a little bit.
That would also work, yes.
Two seconds.
Yeah, it's not. It is not interesting. It refuses to budge with 15 kilotons attached. Can't say I blame it.
Okay, can you see my screen, Vega?
It's loading. Give it half a second or two. Wait, now it says stream paused.
Okay, 2 seconds.
It's like jank on top of jank.
Okay, can you see
Yeah.
my screen?
Yep.
So, I just edited your... I edited your stand here, so basically there's nothing connected to the orange.
Okay.
For instance, this plate here connects to the metal rod here, because that works fine in most turrets.
My theory was always that the joint between the head and the first arm that mounts the turntable is the thing decoupling the force.
Well, I know from experience that every time I've connected something to any part of the orange bit, it always slows it down. So I've always avoided that. And then I have this plate connected to this plate, which connects to this plate, which should boost that to connect to there.
And has the bottom attached.
Yeah, that's the same as the one you gave me, just one glue block.
Yeah.
And one... I mean,
Okay,
theoretically...
So is the fact that it's attached to the metallic parts not a problem?
Well,
Yeah,
that's... It should... Sorry, what?
Precisely what you're looking at. Is that not an issue?
No, this always works. You can always attach to this part.
So it's the top metallic parts that you don't want to touch?
No, any part of it. So this up to here, any part of this rod, this part, this is actually the same object. This actually flows through inside the orange.
There is so much jank going on. Because probably that's an independent, that metallic rod, which is like the tool, if I recall correctly. Yeah, robotic arm pivot, robotic arm holder, spindle, and tool joint. They are all independent from one another. So you have one piece here, one there, one there.
But yeah, just like yours, it's like half speed. Like, it turns instantly, but it's half speed. So it's definitely quite weird.
Weird.
So something's causing it to turn only half the speed, or less than half the speed, actually.
I'd like to work backwards from yours and see what is causing it to be unhappy. So yours here, that does work. So I'm just going to remove all of the beams around it. Just to try and get something that works.
And Lifeline is not happy with me again.
Yeah, definitely unexplored territory. I'll have to have another look at this.
Uncharted territory is very fun. Because, well, if you fail, well, nothing really happens. If you succeed, though, you technically are the fast one to figure it out.
Yeah.
Just gonna see how much shorter is it from one of my shortest turrets.
Okay, this works really well. Perfect. Okay, now. I take you.
So funnily enough, it's actually roughly the same size as my shortest turret. But that's only because I have the top rod chopped off. I'd say if you were able to chop off the top rod, it would be shorter.
Oh yeah, that it would be.
Probably bring it round to here.
Oh, this is going to be a pain. Okay, slightly less janky approach. Yet still very, very, very janky. If this works, I'm going to be very pleased.
Is it still the same speed?
It works!
Oh! Well, actually, is it? Oh,
Oh,
that's
no,
probably just...
that is
that-
full speed. Look, I can even put
Yeah,
in a
yeah.
counterweight if you.
Yeah, I was going to say that's probably just because there's no weight at the bottom. Like if I was on a heavy ship, that would probably be less janky.
Let's try it. I'm about to put the counterweight, but I do think I have found what works, and it seems to be a simple middle ground between what Doggo did and what Vega did. Yeah, it most definitely does.
Hmm. Is something clipping? It's still a bit slow.
No, it is clipping. It really is clipping, and it's clipping
Yeah.
because I did that. That's what's holding it. It's like this weird, but it means that whenever I'm turning it, it's clipping on the corners. So I need to push it back a little bit.
Yeah, for it to be worthwhile, you'd have to saw off the top rod as well. Because I just measured it, and currently it's only more or less the same size as my shortest one of the rod chopped off.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it
then
doesn't
that's-
have the rod chopped off. That's the whole point, is that I don't have the durability area that's associated with it.
Yeah, but there's no, like, you don't have any, there's no negatives, it's just a visual negative. Like, when you have the rod chopped off, it's just harder to see what you're doing. But
There also is a negative, which is when you want to use it in the design. Because you need to start the design from the blueprint that has the chopped off part. You can't import the chopped off part in a component and then use it in
yeah,
another.
yeah. Yeah, that's true.
So there was also like slightly more to it.
Well, yours certainly looks a lot cleaner.
Well, it's yours plus
But you just put the arm on the outside, huh?
that is it. Like I tried to go for stuff that works. So now I'm using a cable technique to weld everything together nicely.
I also love how everything looks so out of place on this setup.
Everything is out of place all over the place. I see. Look, oh no.
Starbase is a horror game.
It's still half speed-ish. That is half speed, correct?
I'm looking now. You have to compare it directly to the working one, but it does look slightly slower.
I need to set it up in a way that it doesn't clip. I wanted to try with no rotation, but I think I'm going to rotate it.
Do you have mobile, like handheld weapons?
Never.
If-
We experimented with handheld mining lasers in the corporation, but not much with the weapons.
Yeah, I was just going to say you can use them in the SSC to easily damage test the turret to some degree. Because turrets behave very weirdly when you shoot at the armor. Like, it doesn't matter if there's no damage done or there's no penetration, some turrets will just stop moving or slow down completely if they get shot at. It's just a collision effect. And physics.
Oh, that's
Um,
why he's not happy. Yeah, it's a bit of a problem if you need to factor in all of that stuff additionally.
So even if it does work, you'll probably have to shoot it while moving it just to see if it gets stuck.
That can be tested in the PTU.
So you wait until the turret's finished and then find out it doesn't work.
Yep, that sounds like a good way to proceed.
But usually, most of the turrets I've built, if they're even slightly slow for whatever reason, it usually ends up having no damage resistance, and as soon as it experiences any collision with projectiles, it will slow down.
Good to know.
That's why I always try to get it top speed, and if it's not top speed, there's a good chance it's not going to work in combat.
Yeah, but that may possibly be due to other things interfering. It's hard to tell if the interference is due to what causes them to fail or not.
Yeah, I haven't 100% figured it out, what's causing it.
No, this is not
But-
half speed, like this is quarter speed.
Yeah,
what I
see
have.
that's... yeah, that is a lot quicker, yeah. That's what you want, really.
Yikes, all of this is so complicated.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how it half works. Like, don't normally get something half working.
It's like playing poker, but you don't know the rules, and you're trying to understand them as you go.
Well, you're getting the full turret design experience.
Oh, I knew what I was getting into. No worries. I knew exactly what I was getting into.
Step 1, determine if it tornadoes or not.
Pretty much like step 1, does it turn fast? And then step 2, does it have inertia resistance? You have to put it on a moving ship. And then step 3, does it have damage resistance? Can you shoot at it while it's turning and does it stop?
Is it only on the robotic arm, or does it work on the other? Or is it...
It works
Was-
on the big robotic arm as well. That was the one I started with before Pegrin showed me that it worked on the small one.
So medium robotic arm?
It works small one as well. Small robotic arm, medium, any of the robotic arms. The only issues with this is that the further away the turret is from the ship, the less inertia resistance it has. So that's why I permanently stopped using these, because they're very long. So they stick out quite far from the ship.
Yeah.
Like pretty much all my old stuff, including my mech, uses the big arms that you're looking at.
They make good fingers.
Yeah, they're just not as good for combat because they're so long and they have a little bit less inertia resistance.
There's a lot of variables. I'm trying to figure out which ones are at play. Giga, are yours half speed?
How do you tell if it's half speed?
Just look at my Discord stream. I'll show you what full speed is.
Okay, let's see.
That's half speed. This is full speed. It's moving 15 kilotons like that.
Oh wow.
So it needs to be like that for combat.
I'm still very curious to see. Well, first of all, is it going to not work in combat like you say? It possibly will. And secondly, what exactly is the rule that determines the speed? The only difference here is he's connected on the bottom one, not on the top. And at an angle.
Yeah, I don't know. It's new territory.
Okay, another
Oh,
janky test. Let's delete you. Take you.
I thought that was the one
Copy.
you had to connect to, but apparently not.
Take it.
I mean, from the version I was working with, I connected all of them to the rod, but it will still seem to be slower, and so it's probably something to do with the base of the turret. The base of the arm, sorry, the thing.
I've got a new hypothesis, and that is that the base needs to be connected to the center. So I'm going to be doing a junk plus a weird test. Yeah.
Classic Starbase. All beams are welded the same way, they're single on one side, except this one is red. Let me guess, stress equalization.
Okay.
Yes.
This is as janky as it can get. Wow. Okay.
It's spinning.
Wait, why is it doing that? Did I disconnect the top part? Yes, I did. I disconnected the top part. So you connected it with like welding blocks. Let me just connect a big welding block. Okay, functionally speaking, there is no difference here. No, there is a difference. Is that this robotic arm has electricity and data, and this one does not. So I'm wondering if this is... let's see.
Could have something to do with it.
Woo! Wow, that looks really dangerous.
It's like one of those ball and chains that those old knights used to have.
Yeah, those flails.
Flails, that's the word.
So we said that I was like wrecking ball.
It is very rare, it actually almost never happened, that I'd feel uncomfortable in Starbase next to a ship. But seeing these things move at insane speeds, I know that even if there isn't any full damage, there's still going to be like loads of jetpack time associated.
If things move too fast, like pretty much the speed of these arms at full speed, then they just go straight through things. Yeah, there's no collision.
Not always your endo. You, as an endo, end up flying amazing distances.
Yeah, it's all a bit weird. Sometimes if a fast-moving part is moving really fast, but it like stutters during its movement, so it slows down for a split second, then you'll feel that collision.
Okay, I've got the slow speed. But now I do have a hypothesis, and I want to check if it's got anything to do with electricity going through that arm.
Yeah, it's really weird because that's definitely faster and more responsive than it would be if there was no robot arm, but it's not as much as it would be if it was normally connected.
Yeah, but
Definitely a weird one.
it's the issue, the common issue like we've observed on. So I'll take you. I'll take you. Let me take you off. Take you. Oh, this is going to be a pain.
Sorry, I had to end the stream so I didn't accidentally dox myself.
That seems like a very reasonable thing to try not to.
Yeah, I did the same.
Oh, you docked
Yeah.
yourself once?
No,
No.
I'm always a bit careful not to give away
Good.
personal information.
Good, because I got doxed and that is not pleasant.
Oh, dear.
I just at some point read like what the crash board says to your list. Oh wait, that's your directory. Users, your name, blah 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 blah.
I literally had to go in Windows settings to ask him to stop calling me by my full name, and I really had to insist on that one.
Okay.
And that was very annoying. Okay, I am... Okay, this is going to be junk plus plus. It's weird.
What are we doing?
I don't know. Magic. Black magic. How am I going to link everything together? Large welding block.
I thought we were going to build turrets.
Well,
think the
you
scariest
do need
I've-
like rotating stuff in order to build turrets, so technically. And now I've got cables. And you go through there. And you are going to be having another name just to ensure no name contamination whatsoever.
But yeah. I think one of the scariest things I built in Starbase is definitely the locomotive because it's like, oh god, that's yeah.
Okay, now between this and that, I mean, there's a few differences, but the junk's been cranked to 11.
Let's just throw another one on
it
top
works!
for no reason. Oh, yeah. But there's
No,
not
that-
much point, though.
No. It did. There is point. That means that I do need to.
So wait, so if it's connected to the hard point on a turret, it works.
It wants electricity data, or it wants. Wait, it's one or the other. Let me remove that. So no data, no electricity, but it has got its little turntable.
Yeah, you might be able to put it down on the side.
Even with the hard point, you can. I'm just trying to understand what's like the secret ingredient. So no more data. Ah, it's still fast. Very
how's
fast,
that
mind
working?
you.
Well, that's probably because it's on the top turntable, maybe.
No, but it's got a turret base. Okay, but you say, very important remark, you say top turntable. Let me
Yeah.
just... So I'm going to try and test that.
I'm just so confused right now.
No, I think I got the... I think I got the magic ingredient. So now this is going to be bottom. Baby is not impressed. Way too little fancy colors, but alors quand que say father, so he's not calling anyone baby, but his own baby. I'm just contextualizing to ensure no one gets puffy and puffy when it's not needed.
Yeah, I got eye strain once from constantly going in and out of the durability tool.
I'm not surprised.
I wonder though, does it need Does the base just need to be connected, or do we need to connect through the turntable base?
Are any of you two familiar with Warhammer 40,000?
Nope.
No.
Okay, because you've got something. The machines are like half sentient in the game, and you need
No
to
detectors.
pray so that your computers work. And I kind of feel like one of those tech priests. What? No, that is not going to work.
Mechanics
Yeah,
is
I heard it
not-
was very cultish and religious or something.
It is very fun because it's purposely as dark and as like hopeless as possible, but purposely to absolute like extreme degrees, just for the sake of it. Okay. I may want to add a few bolts.
How did you connect on the top to do that exactly the same?
But it's always just like that one weld block that didn't change. There you have it. That's the secret ingredient. So the secret sauce is rotating.
Is that as fast?
Yeah.
I would put a heavy counterweight on the bottom so that you can see it turn full speed without shaking. Because it still seems slower.
Oh, faster than the previous one.
Hmm.
Oh, it is slightly slower indeed, but like by a small degree. I'm just going to put the counterweight.
It's almost as if like the lower the arm is, the slower it gets. Weird.
Well, the secret sauce in this case really just was the the addition of the what is it called? The small base turret. That's it. That is literally it.
That's interesting.
I've got a wild strand of hair that's flying in my face. It's so annoying. Okay, now I've got my counterweight. Okay, no, it is slow. But is it as slow as the previous ones? Okay, I need to go back a few steps now in order to go back to the one with the...
Oh.
I'm just trying to remember how exactly you had it on top. Yeah, like
Who's
that.
that? I had a hard point. But this time I'll be re-adding the...
But what was the hard point connected to? What was?
It was only connected
Actually.
to that plate. Nothing more.
So maybe once it's at the bottom, you need to connect it
wait.
to the plate.
Yeah, I can try that. But I mean, I first need to figure out the rule, and right now I don't have it. I don't have it down to a science. Which is what I'm trying to get to. Okay, I've got the counterweight. It has its arm. This one, however, important, has data. It has electricity and data.
Yeah, that could be it as well.
It's just that the name was purposely edited so that there'd be no attempt to rotate it.
That's
No, it's not as fast.
no.
No, that is not the secret source. I got confused because what I'm looking for is this. So not the turntable, not the data, not the electricity.
Yeah, I remember spending so much time trying to isolate what it was, and I just couldn't figure it out. You could be at this for days.
Oh, I know, but I mean, was it who was the scientist that said like I haven't failed, I just found 10,000 ways that don't work?
I know that this is quoted somewhere at my university on a poster, and I haven't read it.
I think it's Thomas Edison. Very possibly Thomas Edison.
Could be. ever got these turntables to turn smoothly, which is a bummer.
Is yours still slow, Vega?
No, I'm actually playing around with something else at the moment, but
Ah,
I think
sorry.
it was like at the half speed.
What is your secret? What is the secret recipe?
It's almost like you're trying to get the secret formula from the Krusty Krab.
Honestly, it's not far from being the truth. I really am trying to figure out what is going on internally, and what exactly is it.
Didn't you just delete the good one? You should keep a copy of the good one.
Partially. The good ones are still there. I've got 2 good ones.
Alright.
They just don't have the counterweight because it's really it's a voxel volume. Oh no, actually, what am I saying? I've got some leeway. So yeah, that normally works as intended. Yeah, like super dupes fast. Okay, now you don't work, and you are based on what works, but at an angle. That is it. Like I just clacked it out, and I angled it. I'm going to need to remove that. No, I don't need to remove that.
Oh, that ain't working.
Nope.
Oh, it's not connected.
Yeah, I can see that. Perlipopette.
We'll be here to that then.
Let me just, do that.
Need to connect the plates to the turntable.
Gee, he's being super picky. Oh, come on! Okay, now I do introduce another difference, which is just that.
Yeah, that's different.
Yeah, the problem is the more different you go, that's the slow speed. And that's a junk machine. How about you... No? Okay, thank you. Wow, this stuff is just so complicated.
Yeah, there's a lot of hidden rules at play that I still haven't figured out myself.
Yeah, it's like you're trying to navigate a labyrinth, but in the dark.
Yep.
Like it's already hard enough as it is, but you can't see where the walls are.
And this is only half of it. Once you actually get shot at, there's another half of problems that you have to figure out.
Yeah, and the getting shot at part is even harder to diagnose because now you need a second player.
You can test it in the SSC to some extent. Usually every time I build a turret, I fly a ship in cruise mode in the SSC, and I turn it with YOLO constantly, and the turrets, and then I just have separate guns shooting at it.
Well, I've got 2 computers, so I'll be using a second computer. Second computer in PTU, but it's still a lot of testing.
Yeah. Like, you can't really test getting hit by 20 lasers because obviously you don't have the weapon budget to test that in the SSE with your own turret. And I notice it does get worse the more weapons are hitting the turret. That's a whole other issue once you can actually build it.
Mm. Mm.
I mean, you can continue to experiment with this, or you could use the simpler templates I already have and it'll probably work.
No, I think I've just found a way how to cheat my way out of that problem. I'm going to make it more compact by purposely not making it compact at all. What I mean by that, I just need to test to see if that works. What I want to do is have these 2 arms that are one on top of the other. That is what I want. But what I was just thinking of is that in order to make it smaller, I can in fact space all of the small turret bases in order to allow them to overlap.
Overlap?
It's like 2 puzzle pieces, but that never touch. Let me show you what I have in mind. I don't know if it's going to work. If it does, then I do think I have my solution, because it's going to allow me to have the double-armed turret, but in a more compact format. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take all of these guys, put them. Oh, come on. All of these guys, I'll say. What? Copy them. I now need another set. I'm going to be putting here. Now the idea is that I very simply space these enough. I'm trying to...
Oh, I'd get you, yeah.
So I'm just allowing the 2 arms to be better aligned, but I don't think I'm solving my problem. I think I'm just moving it. I'm just moving my problem around.
Yeah, like you're trying to have both arms in the same space, just not colliding with each other, but I don't think they fit like that.
Okay, let me go to the toilets behind.
Yep.
And back. So, no, I don't think I'm solving my problem at all, because even if I allow all of those turntables to be on top of one another, ultimately I'm not reducing the amount of space those turntables need.
Yeah, because I have to think about it, actually.
Now, second scenario. What's preventing me from very simply taking more turntables, just like 1 extra more, and put it downwards like so? Would that work?
Yeah, I mean, I already have that on the double arms.
So that's already what you are doing, like that.
Yeah,
that does work.
pretty much that. And you can reduce it down to 4 turntables if you want to be as minimalistic as possible, because 4 is just about enough.
That is still way too wide.
And then the other option again is just chop off the top arm and use the bugged one.
I may end up going down that route in the end. You told me that if I retract the metallic part, it's not going to be working as well?
Yeah, so if you retract the metallic parts, it will disguise itself as working fine. It will move just as quickly, but as soon as you take it into combat, it has way less inertia resistance. It's just a really weird problem.
What we're doing here is most definitely an exploit, but also possibly the hardest exploit I have ever seen.
I mean, it's only because you're skipping like 10 steps and going straight to the advanced stuff.
No, but even not doing that. Oh, okay, it can clip on itself, no problem.
I'm surprised it can go back up. I remember one of my ships had trouble going back up once it retracted.
Well, I mean, there's no ships. It's not like there's a lot of. Oh, it's slowed down. Oh, but it's the janky one. Okay. But that you told me is not a good idea.
Yeah, like even like you could do that on the good arm and it will still move quick, but it will have less inertia resistance.
So what are you calling inertia resistance? It's like turning left and right super quickly with a heavy weight attached. Is that correct?
Yeah, but it's kind of it's strangely linked to damage resistance, but not the same thing. Like when you get hit by lasers or autocannons, a bit like my latest big ship. Like that had good inertia resistance, that was moving full speed, but as soon as you hit it with lasers and autocannons, it slowed down. It's kind of a third problem that that's a bit elusive and I haven't fully discovered yet. And I just found out that retracting the tall joint arm makes that problem worse.
Okay, so this is like fast as can be. Scenarios, me moving this while it is retracting. No, it's still retracting. It's still moving very quickly.
Yeah, but as soon as it gets shot, it'll probably slow down. You remember you probably don't, but I had like a small grey tank.
Yeah.
And
the 1 kiloton one.
Yeah, that's it. That had a retractable arm turret, so that it would sink really low to keep it as flat as possible. And I discovered on that ship that when I was getting shot at, it was like stuttering and slowing down. And when I put the arm back up, it was fine. Same with my first multi-crew turret that I made. It had the same issue because I retracted the arms. I was moving quickly. I thought it was going great. As soon as I got hit with it, it stopped working. So it just got really stuttery. So just retracting the arms does some weird jank and causes it unable to take damage. Weird stuff.
Another weird solution that I can do is, in fact, not have any pitch on the turrets at all, but have the ship do the pitch. Because if I go along the lines of having a horizontal fighter, I'm still having a considerably big advantage.
Vega says, what if he accepts just what parts of the arm sticking out? You can, because I think if the top of the tool joint gets shot off, it's fine. I'm not sure about shatter damage though. What if it gets evaporated by a plasma or something?
No, wait. He actually does have a very, very good, good point. I'm trying to. There's no need to solve problems that don't need to be solved. And what I mean by that is, I'm actually quoting Elon Musk here. The best solution to a problem is when you have no problem at all. No, it's not the exact quote. It's something about making sure that you get your parts as simple as possible and not solving problems that don't need to be solved. Because you can spend as much time as you want to on solving a problem, but ultimately... so the reason why I'm reacting so strongly to what Viga is saying is that the way I'm trying to proceed is that I'm trying to hide the entire arm inside. But if I just go along with the idea I just had with Viga, I can push this forward a little bit. Yeah, it's still loading. Bring it all the way here.
Yeah, you can attach it to the middle bit as well.
Okay, let me just... not in all... I think I'll surprise you with what I'm trying to do. So this is like the design I want to go with, but I don't want this to be exposed. But nothing's preventing me from taking this, whoops, and slapping it there.
Armoring that tiny bit. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I'm hiding it. I mean, as best I can now. I don't know if ultimately I've just found a problem just waiting to happen.
Oh, you can do that.
Straight beams.
Like, even if that gets shot off, it'll be fine. I think if it gets shot off by a rail cannon, though, that will probably evaporate the whole thing. But if it got shot off by a laser, it'll probably still work.
There's a good friend of mine who's called Murphy. I don't know if you're familiar with Murphy's Law.
I've heard of that, yeah.
Yeah,
but I can't remember what it is.
If something can go wrong, it will.
I mean, that can work. I mean, it doesn't look that much bigger, does it? It's just got a triangle on the end of it.
It's a huge difference because if I have two of these of this setup, let me just remove this guy. Yeah, that does not. No, that will not work. That's been. It's a pity because it would have been really compact, but no, we just tested it and shown that no, it wouldn't work.
The thing is, you can't get any more compact than that anyway, because you need to have some space to have at least a tiny bit of armor around the beams.
Those beams don't need to be there. That can be plates. All of these here that I'm looking at, those can be plates. As a matter of fact, it's going to be way more interesting because I can have vertical 432 plates, and in front of it have the reactive armor. It's not indestructible by any means, but I'm counting on the fact that I'm going to be able to dish out an impressive amount of damage before eventually being shot.
Oh, of course, you don't have to have beams all around the whole thing. You only need a few at the back and that will do it.
Yeah. Okay, he's not happy with this. You go away. Oh, come on. Stop being such a pain. And now the reason why this doesn't really... It actually does suit me. It's because if I have one turret on the left, another one on the right... Oh.
You don't have to mirror it.
Imagine it. Well, first of all, I don't need to mirror it, but I can, in fact, have the pilot seat here. These pieces are just going to be turning under me. But I'm starting to get very sidetracked and very intrigued by other ideas. Oh! There's too many weapons. That's what's just happened.
Weapon limit.
Yeah.
Do you have any on the ship?
No.
That doesn't look like it.
That was like 32.
Oh.
There you go. And then the pilot seat can be here. They're quite wide. So yeah, these would have like the 1 degree of convergence you were talking about, but both turrets would also have 1 degree of convergence.
Yeah, they can also. Well, that might be too far wide, but I was going to say you could also have them like on the left and the right of your ship, like sidearms, but that's probably too wide for you.
Yeah, but I was thinking of because I was just thinking now of like pure horizontal designs. What I was thinking of a ship like the Apex, less guns. Ah, come on, mate. Stop being a pain. So this here would be inside the ship. So the arm would be reaching down there, and I'd probably be connected to that internal metallic part in order to really make it as compact as possible. I can have the pilot seated just on top, and the weapons are swinging left and right.
Yep.
Now,
Probably work.
what I really like with this idea is that it does, to an extent, allow me to have a reasonably meta ship.
Yeah, I mean, my tanks kind of do that to some degree. They're very forward and pointy, and they have lots of sacrificial armor on the front.
I'm also I'm thinking more and more. I don't even need to have such a big plate because it's much lighter. I can afford to have a smaller plate that's in between the guns, thus allowing me to lose 24 centimeters on the height, allowing the compact to be even slightly more tanky.
Are you thinking of like a single barrel turret, so it's just one big arm in the middle?
I don't know. These are like 16 lasers. It's not insane. Like when we speak of firepower, 16 lasers is not jaw-dropping by any means.
Or you can put anything on a turret. The one I just made recently has 30 weapons on it, and it's just one turret. It just needs more heavy Italian plates holding it together. That's it.
Yeah, but I'd be using
What's
very
argument?
little in the end. That's what's really interesting. Now I'm just like shuffling the problem around. I'm ending up with a whole host of problems. First of all, now the nose of the ship needs to accommodate the shape, so it's going to be at like some kind of angle in order to allow the guns to still be reasonably protected.
Yeah, it would need lots of clearance.
Well, that's the idea, is that the armor would be as close as possible to the guns in order to allow for reactive... Yeah, Viga says first ever turret that exists. I agree, Viga, but that's the whole point, is that I'm removing elements from the spec sheet. So my current spec sheet is to have like these 2 big turrets, double jointed, whatever. Like I'm imagining a Lamborghini of sorts. Whereas now I'm toning down the project bit by bit, and I'm having a simple turret rather than a double turret. So I'm no longer trying to do pitch and yaw. I only want the yaw. So that's the whole point, and I'm addressing the shortcomings by reducing the amount of expectations I have from the turret, which also means to an extent that the turret now almost no longer needs armor at all, to an extent.
I mean, if you just want the one axis, you only want yaw?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult to control the pitch with the ship thrusters and the yaw with the turrets, because the turret will be really responsive and the ship will be really slow with the thrusters.
No, not necessarily. If I slam that at the front of an Apex, for example, I already have everything I need.
Yeah, I mean you can try it. It's a lot easier to build if you only have one axis.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
you could literally do that in seconds, probably.
Let me go back to the other design. Open or manage blueprints. No fun thing.
Like all you would need is some big plates. The guns are attached to those big plates, and then just one arm behind it. That's it. Rotating it.
Yep. Yeah, I'd probably want to rotate that arm. But the long story short, just going to try and see is like how compact. I'm not going to be saving that. Just going to try and see how compact I can make the whole system. I may not require all of these. Like I can remove this land here because it gets it's no longer about being lighter. It's laser. Now I would need a 1, 2, 8 plate. This may be a bit too wide. This. No. Damn you. But it's too big. 76. 78. Go. I keep the idea of like one big plate. I am maybe going to want those guns to go forward a little bit. I'm not going to address that now.
A very useful plate would be a large curved plate that will hold more weight and it curves around so it's more compact.
Why the curved plate?
Because it would curve round the roof of the guns and double as armor and help a lot.
No. I don't want armor.
Ah, right.
The ship is going to have the armor. Because I've only have one axis, the armor that's going to be fitting in between the guns is the armor of the ship. The only armor I'm going to be having is like in between the guns, and that's it. Like I don't want any other armor on that ship.
Like they probably still will show the tops of and the bottoms of the guns as you're moving it, but
yeah, but
we'll see how it goes.
There's going to be tinkering, experimenting, and whatnot. Like I'm not expecting this to work first try and be like, dang, that was easy.
Yeah, let's just glue a turret together first.
Exactly.
As Vegas says.
Still, if like I double the accuracy of my guns, it's just as if I was shooting with 32 lasers. So you don't need as many guns, which in turn means less power, smaller ship.
Yeah, but the issue is the turrets aren't 100% accurate. They have micro shakes, so you can aim very quickly. Like if someone's behind you, you can spin 180 instantly, lock on them. But once you start shooting them, because of the micro shake, you're not going to be hitting them pinpoint on target.
Yeah.
Like it's a very fast aim, but it's not a very steady aim.
Those beams are annoying me. Let me create. Yeah, but if it's only one axis, is it not going to be a little bit more accurate? I've got less shaking.
Yeah, I suppose if you can have really good ship aim for the other axis, maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not going to be able to take this and slap it on any existing ship. I'm going to have to design a ship with like the express purpose of using this system. Up and 2 plates at once.
That's right. Yep.
Sorry. I need
That's
a
you.
count. Thank you. I need a counterweight. Come up here. $15 kiloton counterweight should do the trick. Oh, I have no battery. Battery. Come up here. Yo, I've got a bit of lag. Okay, this should work. I didn't check the durability or anything, but no, wrong button. There you go.
Yep, that works fine.
Gee, that looks nasty. Okay, now my mind is working as to how to make full use of this. I could have more guns. Like I can slap in one gun like in between each pair of guns.
The question is, will those plates be able to hold full weaponry? I mean, it's only 2 medium-sized plates.
Fair.
I think it can hold that much at least, especially if there's no armor on it.
Yeah, the no armor part is really important for this to have any hopes of working. But the ship is going to be quite something to design. I may lose quite a lot of the advantages I was mentioning, if only to accommodate for the... No, it looks like it's good. I need to work out how to make those hard points a bit happier.
A few red bits.
Is it because I'm touching the...
Oh, I see. The bottom gun isn't connected to the plates.
Yeah.
It's just... Oh, it is. Yeah, it is. Okay.
No, it's just the hard points. There's only like 4 hard points, 4 weld blocks holding the entire weapon.
Yeah, it's probably just not enough.
Yeah, like I wouldn't expect 4 bolts to hold that, so you can't really expect 4 weld blocks to be able to do that. I need to add more...
Socket bolting can also do it as well.
There you go. No, he just wanted more bolting. That's it. Simple as
Alright.
that. So yeah, that works. And now what I'm wondering is, if I really want to go the shape of the ship is going to be quite the sight to behold. So I can't have them vertical. I need them horizontal in order to have like the smallest possible gap in the armor. They're quite big though. Yeah, but then I'd need plates that reach there. Those guns then need to be armored.
More and more weights.
Exactly, and I think that's just pushing it. Another thing I can do is flip those weapons. So rather than having like such a gap between the top and the bottom weapons, I can... No, it's the opposite. I need to...
How many is that?
So you're looking at 16 laser cannons total. So it
And
would
you-
be... Rather than having the bottom ones, so by doing that, I'd be removing the bottom place. I wouldn't keep them. I can do that. And I could then, in theory...
Add more plates.
I was thinking... No, there's too much gap. I was wondering if I could weld to that. Like, this is too tall. I wouldn't bother. That's just asking for a headache. It would be cool though. That would be 24 laser cannons. For now, I think I'm just going to go along with this design and really apply the keep it simple principle.
Yeah, just get a working thing.
Yeah, one thing I'm going to be doing though is that I'm going to be drawing a circle that starts with this guy. And that's going to allow me to determine how I want to place my my armor.
Yeah.
I can even maybe get a smaller... No, not a good idea. Okay. That's another constraint I have. Less is more. I agree, that's some. This is why whenever there's like ship fighting, my endo's out with a pickaxe. Try and find me.
Yeah, I pretty much have the opposite approach. Just throw everything I can on one turret to save as much voxel volume as possible.
I do both. I have fun with everything I can.
But usually I get weird bugs from doing that, so it's actually is safer to have 2 turrets or more.
So I need to do a... No, the reason why I want to do the circle is really because I want to minimize the amount of gap I have between the barrel of the gun and the armor of the ship. Because otherwise my own guns are going to be clipping my own armor and the ammo shots, sorry. And that yields a very unpleasant results. I don't need that now that I think about it. I just need this half circle. So if I did it correctly, yeah, that's it. That's like exactly what I want.
Oh, geometry.
Yeah, so that when the guns turn, they're still nice and covered. But as you can see, that means I'm ending up with like this massive blank space. And a ship that is very wide, like really wide.
That's one of the hardest issues, is figuring out your clearance, because you usually always need more than you think you need.
Well, they are just calculated it. That's why I did that. So what I can do now is use angled beams. No, spatial beams. Everyone likes to feel special. I'll use one special there. Wait. How many specials do I need? That's 30, 60, and there's 90. Looks like I only need to add 24 centimeters. Let's do 36. 36. Ah!
Oh, Eureka.
I'm going to call that as good enough, as that's not going to be part of the ship anyway.
I can't remember the last time I've touched special beams.
I
So-
use them from time to time.
At some point, I just gave up on those.
Ask Rukia. Rukia made it his mission to use them as much as possible. Now, what's interesting is that I'm only going to be sweeping at like a 45-degree angle. But I mean, it's fine because my pilot isn't going to be mounted on a turret anyway. Yeah, 45 degrees sounds about right. That thing sticking out is really going to be an issue. So yeah, I think I'm going to shoot it off.
So you can just borrow the one from my tank that I sent you.
Oh, is he clipped?
Yeah,
Okay.
the double arm tank. Obviously, you have to copy this into that blueprint.
Yeah,
Because-
I know. I remember the drill. That's why I
Cool.
don't usually like using those. It's precisely because of that issue.
Yeah, I don't like using it because I feel like that's probably one of the first things to go when the game gets updated.
Or if really I'm feeling lazy, I just ignore it. And I let it stick out.
Yep.
Like, only if I get shot at like a 90-degree angle is it going to be a problem. If my understanding is correct.
Yeah, if it gets shot by a laser or autocannon, it'll be fine, I think. If it gets shot by a rail cannon, that might evaporate the entire arm.
Good to keep in mind. And then he gets placed there. So with that, I've got the height of my ship. And then these guns should still be well within clearance. And let's say the guns only turn at 45 degrees, I can in fact remove all of that. That is going to be one weird looking ship.
I think the mouse aim box is actually only 30 degrees.
No, I'm using YOLO, so it's as much as I want.
But like when you press C and you open that yellow grid box, I think that only goes as far as...
No, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it goes way more than that. So what I, like 90 or 100, so what I usually do is I've got a multiplier of 0.3 or 0. Something in order to tone it down a little bit.
Yeah, because I usually set my turrets to maximum of 30 degrees left, right, up, down, and it fits exactly with the C mouse aim box.
And there you have it, like my intents are very much clearer. So anything like in between here, the turrets are going to have to make up for it with their own armor. This
I
here
see.
is going to be like ship armor. Top is ship, bottom is ship.
Yeah, interesting concept. Although, of course, this only works because you don't have a pitch.
I could go full retard and have the pilot sit here. It would work. It would be weird AF. But there's not much gain to it because I've got all of that sticking underneath anyway. So it may be more interesting to have the pilot to be here.
Yeah, you could, because you don't have to worry about pitch. You can have forward glass and a very forward cockpit.
Yeah. And go with like a more traditional and meta design.
Yep.
So
Possible.
I'm obviously going to have many weak spots at the front due to the armament. But I may be able to compensate for it to some extent with an increased accuracy. I'm wondering if I really want to go railgun. What's that compact railgun setup? Oh, no, I don't want that. Okay, I remember. Super high, there you go. I could maybe have 2 non-movable. No, there really is no space. It's not a good idea. I was wondering if I could have like an extra railgun or 2 in the nose, but they stick out like a sore thumb. If I want to do that, I can, but I need to place them here, for example. So those 2 railguns would be shooting forward. And if ever like I need an extra punch, I can do so.
So they're not a part of the turret?
No, they wouldn't. There just would be an extra armament used in order to deliver an extra punch.
That's definitely interesting. I never tried a hybrid of just one axis and ship doing the other half.
Well, what's interesting for me with the hybrid is I'm staying very close to home in a sense, with like my boxy designs and whatnot. It's really forcing me outside of my comfort zone, but not to the point where I don't go completely outside of it.
Yeah, it might work, it might not.
We shall see. What is that? I've got 270,000 explosion points on my secondary account. That's a lot of sounds if I feel like it. Thinking. I can armor it. I'm probably just going to hide it. Like, it's just going to have its own little armor all around it.
Yeah, that's only a tiny bit. That can be hidden.
Yeah. What about, like, 432 planes? Yeah, I can very easily fit one on top of the turrets. What is that? That's my test bench. What is it? I can fit one there. I can fit one. No, it needs to be a bit lower. Yeah, I'm not concerned about the armor. I can afford to have some quite reasonably meta stuff.
Tricky part is probably armoring the guns.
Yeah, but I have less armor to place than you do. I've got less armor because, well, the guns only need to be protected on the front and very slightly on the sides, and that is it.
Yeah, that's true.
Not saying that it's going to be easy, because it most definitely will not. But my challenges should be the ones I'm used to dealing with. And yeah, and then the guns will have probably like a little bit of railings on the gun themselves and some plates in between. Nothing extraordinarily fancy.
Yeah, I reckon the 2 plates will hold that, no problem.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, I just need to get something to eat.
Bon appetit.
Thank you.
I didn't see Praxis has changed the name of the Discord channel I'm in. I shall name this Shenanigans. Detach everything, create, save, tests. Turret, guns, lasers. I'm just going to call that clearance. Apex. Yeah, like the apex is way more narrow than what I'm looking for.
And I'm back.
Hello again. I'm looking at the apex as a possible test candidate. Components, tests, clearance. Where's clearance? It's not being displayed yet. Come on. Turret.
I'm going to try and fit that onto there.
Oh. I'm just trying to have an idea of what what exactly am I looking at? Different sizes. Very surprisingly, the Apex is in fact a very good candidate. I was not expecting that at all.
It's very close.
Yeah, but isn't like it's close enough that I don't have many changes to do to the Apex. I can get a lot of clearance by, well, first of all, obviously removing the guns, but the Apex is an overpowered ship. If I go into the machinery, the power, I've got 12, 12 and 36. If I go to my calculator, it is, I think it's tier 3 and answer tier 3. Laser autocannons. Shooting drains the battery, but it does take time to drain them. But I won't have that many laser cannons. I'm going down to 16. Can I maybe add 2 railguns? I can.
Just have to figure out how to squeeze them in to the turret.
It's not going to be super difficult because the apex is going to be a little bit more shabby. So what I'm probably going to do is see the armor is a bit weird. Like you get this big rectangle, and then you've got a little bit of extra armor on the top and on the bottom to accommodate both the thrusters and the pilot. If, however, I were to push the pilot forwards considerably, I can have the turret system right behind him. So he's like sitting right at the front of the ship. And that then gives me space to add 1 railgun on each side.
Okay.
So, no, I may want, in fact, to design the ship from scratch. How big is a reconstruction machine? Whoops. I'm always thinking about putting reconstruction machines in my combat ships, even if it's not the brightest of ideas.
Yeah, I usually put one in all my big ships, and I've never actually used them.
Yeah, but that's because we all fight on the PTU, and there's no
reason to.
Exactly, there's no drama to losing a ship. You very politely ask your opponent, and that's that. Okay, I think I'm going to be doing it on next stream. Because I'm starting to be absolutely starving too.
Yeah, and your head probably hurts by now.
No, it's hopping from one idea to another at a very high speed. Trying to think about all of the different ways, the possible implementations, what I can do, what would work, what would not work. So no, it's going full throttle. It's not hurting at all. It will hurt by the end of the week if I keep it that way, though. That's for sure.
Well, fair play for trying it anyway.
Sorry?
Fair play for trying anyway.
Oh, I will, and I'm not just going to try. What I'm going to want is a ship that can be considered a meta. That's what I want.
Yeah, like a little bunker ship.
It doesn't mean like it's going to be the best performing meta, but I'm going to try and do something that fares very well in combat. It's obviously going to get obliterated by an Apex that is well played, but if I can keep it under the 3 kiloton weight and shuffle things around, I may end up with a ship that can be very dangerous to face.
Yeah. Just keep in mind that your first one will always be a failure.
You are looking at Apex number 6, Apex number until version number 9. And if you look at the numbers that are associated with my ships, the versions can go way higher.
Yeah, I have the same.
I have got... How many hours have I got in Starbase? In Starbase, Oh, it's no longer displaying the full... Oh, they used to display all of the information here. Oh, there you go. I've got almost 3,400 hours in the game. And I can tell you with great certainty that I spent more than 3/4 in the ship designer.
Yeah, I've just recently overtaken you. I'm over 3,500 now.
Well, that's it's not quite cheating, but I had to tone it down since past August because I've resumed my studies. But I can assure you that past this August, my playtime is going to crank right up.
Yeah, oh, I get it. You've been living your life. I have been no-lifing.
Yeah, but I mean, I got to 3,400 by no lifing, so...
Oh, and damage is only half of damage as playtime.
I had one play in the corporation that was at almost 12,000 hours.
That is crazy.
Yeah, but a very casual player, no design, just pure mining.
Wow, how? Probably AFK mining.
AFK, very short, taking his time, always connected. Very surprising that you could actually still be casually playing the game after spending that much time on it. This ramp, I recall having used it in one of the combats on the tournament. It was the 2v1, and I just went at him full speed, 120 meters per second.
Did do some damage?
Oh, obliterated him, but he was already very badly damaged because me and Barov were both shooting at him with like 30 lasers combined. And it was 2 players on one ship, and they figured out quite early on that one ship, having one ship face 2 ships is 3 times as hard than one ship facing one ship. It's a factorial.
Yeah, I know from experience.
Yeah, not a linear. So from the get-go, he was in a very disadvantaged position.
Yeah. Because one person can pretty much just shoot you 24/7 in the back.
Yes, exactly. Until you finish with his mate and then deal with him.
And I think that is I think that problem is exaggerated with the current armor system of the game, because currently it takes minutes to go through meta ships. If everyone's fighter was more like a normal fighter and it just takes like, I don't know, 20 seconds to destroy, then that probably wouldn't be a problem. Like, you probably have people taking on multiple opponents all the time.
Possibly. The only exception I know to that rule was the Oninum Apex, which came to a big surprise to me because I didn't know it even existed in the first place. I was trying the Gladiator, and Barov told me, hey, let me get the Apex out. I was like, sure, it's going to be an intense fight because the Apex is, well, heavily armored. I couldn't destroy him, and I was so confused as to what was going on. Turned out Barov took the brush and painted everything with Oninum. It was so difficult to go through that damn thing, because you had double 432 plating of Oninum all around the ship, and 72 centimeter railings with Oninum, and the thing was taking hits like a champ. It wasn't moving much, but he didn't really care.
I was doing some like private SSC tests for future battles with meta ships, and I just made like a pseudo meta front. I just put tons of sacrificial armor and a very pointy ship, and I just pointed my 24 auto cannons and 6 plasmas at it, and I was just shooting at it for minutes, and I was falling asleep until finally it blew up. And I was like, wow, armor is just so heavy in this game.
Well, where autocannons are very interesting is that they can strip off the anti-railgun armor very easily.
I found from testing it's actually worse than lasers if it's directly from the front. It has to be from a slight angle. If it's not at a slight angle, it has less than half the penetration of a laser.
Yeah, but the fight is very dynamic. You're moving all the time.
Yeah.
So my little 1 kiloton ship, when I faced yours, it came to a huge surprise because that ship went to the finals. I know it's a good ship. I used it to get there. We lost against Armor Mercenaries twice, but that's because they were playing better than we did. I got super far with that ship, so I'm very confident in saying that it's a good ship. But It was only facing lasers and railguns. When you came with your autocannons, you stripped all of my anti-raiding armor at the front. I got obliterated.
Yeah, but to be fair, you weren't used to fighting it, and you showed your sides and your back quite a bit in that.
True, but I don't think it would have changed much unless I was able to consistently hit you in the same spot, which I know for a fact I do not have the skills to do. I don't think the outcome would have changed much.
Yeah, well, I'll see for sure, because I'm currently redesigning the laser tank, the 3K, to just use full autocannons and plasmas and just increase the speed so I can hit people in the sides, and I'll see how well that does. But I don't have high hopes for autocannons.
Okay, well, let's wish each other luck. There's going to be a lot of design going on. I've still got a few things to tinker with on my well, first of all, my Discord, because I've got ships to sell that are very late with the getting sold part. Yeah, I think I'm going to end my stream here. Doggo,
Yep, sure.
Thanks a lot for the help. It was a lot of fun.
It was very fun to watch you struggle.
Yeah, but it's nice because it's like it's very uncharted. We don't know what can or cannot be done with it yet. See ya, Erkonk.
Yeah, always fun to experiment with weird, janky stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be patched. It possibly will. I think it's going to get patched the moment where they want to use the robotic art to do something. That's when it's going to get patched.
Yeah, but I honestly, I think they're going to patch other stuff first. I think they're going to patch like damaged parts, just basic necessities for players.
Yeah.
And if they do decide to patch robot arms, I'm going to send them a message and say, buff turntables first, please. Because right now, turntables by themselves are unusable for serious combat. And until they buff that, they really can't remove the robot arm bug, really. I should probably say that to them.
We'll see. Good night, guys. Thanks a lot for watching the stream, and see you next week.
Good night.
Night, and bye-bye.